Good evening. Good evening. I'm going to call to order the February 9th, 2026 meeting of the City Council. Would you please do a roll call?
Councilmember Liu?
Here.
Councilmember Burt?
Here.
Councilmember Lowing?
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes?
Here.
Mayor Vinker?
Here.
Councilmember Rectal?
Here.
All present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to turn to agenda changes, additions, and deletions because I believe we have one that we think will make this meeting more effective. City Manager?
Yes, Mayor. First, let me cover the mundane is for public awareness that the agenda was amended to add a closed session at the end of your meeting this evening. Now, separately, the mayor is just referring to the suggestion that we swap the order of public comment and council member questions, comments, and announcements. So the latter would go first. Again, we'll do council member questions, comments, announcements, and then go to public comment. So that's it in terms of changes, Mayor.
Excellent. Thank you so much, City Manager. So with that, we will move to council member questions, comments, and announcements. I will start that. First, just very briefly, a couple of quick things. Last Thursday, I had the honor of welcoming everyone to the fire department's promotion ceremony, where more than 25 firefighters had new badges pinned on them for being promoted or for lateraling into our city, starting with Chief Lindsay. So it was a wonderful thing. His father, who had served our department for many years, was there to witness it, as well as his family. And as always, it was a moving event. I'm going to skip my next one just so I can save time for the more important item tonight. And that is, I would like to say that we are all heartbroken. I am heartbroken by the loss of a precious Palo Alto youth last week, a trans youth. The community is grieving. I have seen tears in the eyes of colleagues, staff, and community members as we all feel it. We see you, we hear you. None of us wants to see one more life lost. None of us wants to feel this way again. We all have a role to play in responding. Each one of us can show love and kindness every day, and especially in this moment. Our partners at the school district, the county, the nonprofit sector, and more provide mental health resources to help anyone feeling depressed, troubled, or suicidal. A list is on our website at www.paloalto.gov/bewell, and you can get immediate help by dialing 988. As I said in my statement on Friday, the city stands ready to do its part. Also on Friday, I appointed a rail safety/youth mental health ad hoc committee by reconstituting the committee that worked on this issue last year. The chair is Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes, and also on the committee are Councilmember Burt and Vice Mayor Stone. A focus of the committee is reducing access to lethal means. The committee has already met with staff leadership and Caltrain, including the city manager and department heads for the Office of Emergency Services, Community Services, Police, and Transportation. We are listening to our community as it shares a range of thoughts on the best way forward. The committee is working quickly to discern which options are feasible, fast, and most important, impactful. It's a complex question, but one we understand the full council must answer quickly, as soon as possible. And so once the committee knows how quickly it can garner the necessary information for some initial decisions, we will get it on our agenda as quickly as possible. I also note that I had a meeting that was previously scheduled with Supervisor Abhi Koga last Tuesday afternoon, and she reached out to me again on Saturday to let me know that she is offering her support and partnership on this issue and is particularly interested in our analysis because she, like Councilmember Burt, serves on the Caltrain board. So I'll just say that Palo Alto values include being a community where all belong and are safe. Your mayor, your council, city staff, we're all actively working to make sure that is the case. And so for more specific information, I call on Chair Lithcott-Hames to report out on the activity of the Rail Safety/Youth Health Ad Hoc Committee. Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. On behalf of the Council's Ad Hoc Committee on Rail Safety and Youth Mental Health, I would like to provide the community with this update. This is an unspeakable tragedy, and it affects all of us in different ways. It is important to note, as the mayor already has, that the young person who died by suicide last week was trans. This latest loss puts a spotlight on a need to support and uplift LGBTQ+ youth in the community. The LGBTQ+ community has been hit especially hard, and it is important for us to name it. Our ad hoc met on Friday with staff and personnel from Caltrain, and we will meet again this week with the goal to map out recommendations for council consideration soon. Protecting our youth will take multiple parallel efforts. As we do our work, I want you to know that the ad hoc and staff are actively listening to our community. First, I want everyone listening to know that resources are available to support our whole community. Know that you are not alone. Whether you're going through a crisis or want to help a friend in need, call or text 988 to talk to a trained counselor who can support you. There are local resources and grief support available community-wide and specifically for our teens. Find resources and help at www.paloalto.gov/bewell. Alcove Grief Support Groups are meeting this Wednesday in 2 days, February 11th, and this Friday, February 13th, both days from 5 to 6:30 p.m. Moving on from resources available to the community. The second thing I want to raise is that reducing access to lethal means is a priority. Caltrain has recently installed a type of intrusion detection technology at the Churchill Crossing adjacent to Palo Alto High School, with shipment of a second type of solution arriving from overseas soon. And they plan to install the same solutions at Charleston Meadow and Palo Alto Avenue. Other options for reducing lethal means are also being explored. Churchill is the focus of many right now, but we also know that Charleston and Meadow are our focus as well. And the city would want to proceed in ways that are equitable and supportive of the needs in both North and South Palo Alto. Specifically, we are investigating increasing a human presence at all of our crossings in the form of paid security guards, and we've been in conversation with the school district on partnering with us on that effort. And we are investigating whether other access restrictions may be feasible and advisable, including a closure of Churchill. This is a complex question and would need to address many issues, such as emergency response. And it would involve partners, including Caltrain and also the California Public Utilities Commission, which is the agency with authority over closure of streets that cross rail lines. I am heartened to report that Caltrain is actively engaged with us as a partner and will join us in engaging with the CPUC. And the superintendent has already engaged with us on this matter, which is very welcome. Longer-term approaches continue to advance. Rail grade separation design work is advancing at all of our crossings, including Churchill, Charleston, and Meadow. The ad hoc will meet this week, as I've said, with a goal to map out recommendations for council consideration soon, possibly by the end of the month. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights on, we can move on to public comment. Madam Clerk, would you kindly let us know how many public speakers we have?
We currently have 15 requests to speak.
Okay. Let's go ahead with 2 minutes each, and we will welcome you back when we bring this back as soon as possible to council. Thank you.
Our first speaker is Sarah S.
Hello, my name is Sarah, and I'm in 8th grade at Ellen Fletcher Middle School. A few weeks ago, I was eating my favorite rice cracker snack when I noticed a warning label. And the warning label warned about cancer and reproductive harm. So these kinds of labels are required by Prop 65, which makes businesses provide warnings to Californians about significant exposure to chemicals that can cause cancer, birth defects, or other reproductive harm. I did some more research on Prop 65, and as I was reading over the harmful chemicals list, I noticed chemicals like benzene, carbon monoxide, and formaldehyde, which all gas stoves emit. So why did my rice cracker snack have a warning label while gas stoves do not? I think it's unreasonable that gas stove manufacturers are exempt from having to put these labels on their products. And by ignoring this, we're putting a lot more people at risk for respiratory illnesses like asthma and exposure to cancerous chemicals by hiding the labels from them. And ever since I noticed the label on my snack, I've been more cautious about eating it. And similarly, the safety hazards of gas stoves should not be hidden from its users, especially many of which who use gas stoves every day. So for these reasons, I urge City Council to talk to utilities and spread awareness about the health hazards of gas stoves. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mayor L.
Many of you know me. I lost my son to suicide 8 years ago. He was 18 and he went to gun. I appreciate everything that the mayor and Councilmember Hames has said so far, but I'm going to go ahead and proceed with my note. Let me tell you about the worst day of my life. When I got the call that he died, I screamed, "You are lying. He's my baby," over and over. I threw myself into walls. I ripped off my clothes. I ran about wailing at the top of my lungs. They almost had to send the police as I thought I might not live until my family got to me. But this is just a blip of the pain he lived in. It's hard to know what's worse, thinking about the pain he was in or living with the cruel and relentless toll of grief. So I want you to stop for a minute to think about how much pain everyone was in that we lost. Most of our worst days don't even count as a good day for someone in that much pain. I don't want pity, I don't want tears. I've been begging for more than a year for something to be done, for this to be treated like a crisis. I'm not blaming, I'm asking for action because I mostly see inaction. Prove me wrong, close Churchill, get more than the volunteers that these lovely ladies have scraped together, because we were the ones at the track the day after this happened. And if we weren't there, no one would have been there. And I don't even know what to say about that. Close Churchill, get a patrol on the track when the trains are running. This is just a start, but it's something. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Debbie M., followed by Linda H.
I'm reading the comments from Nick Mehta, who couldn't be here tonight. My 17-year-old daughter, Summer Devi Mehta, died on the Caltrain tracks on February 3rd, 2026. Summer was struggling significantly between mental health issues and fitting in as an autistic and transgender girl in Pali. But she was making progress. We had her under an intense psychiatric medicine regime, regular psychotherapy, and various other treatments. She was making progress, managing through junior year at Pali, super active in Pali theater, and always helping her fellow students. Indeed, nearly 100 students and staff attended our celebration of life at the Children's Theater on Saturday and spoke of her impact on their lives. Summer's death was triggered largely because her best friend Ash died on the tracks 11 months before. Churchill then created an easy means for her to impulsively act at a low moment. In doing so, she not only shattered our lives, but also thousands of others. My former company started a support group for my former colleagues who are affected, Countless family members of suicide victims have been triggered. Parents were shaken, thinking about losing their own children. I urge you to close the Churchill stop. It is too late for my daughter, but it's not too late for others. I will never forget the sounds of Tuesday morning, sprinting to the stopped Caltrain, seeing the crowd forming, watching my family members collapse on the ground, hearing from the policeman that, as a father, you don't want to see the remains, finding her boot on the side of the tracks amidst the cacophony of the train sounds. These sounds will haunt me till my last days, but they don't need to be the sounds of other parents hear when they say goodbye to their children. We cannot keep letting this happen. Do not allow another death like this to happen. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Linda H., followed by Holly T.
Good evening. I'm Linda H., Linda Hennigan, and I'm one of the Track Watch volunteers and coordinators with Debbie and Ronnie. And I wanted to thank you for getting movement where we haven't had movement in a long time. We were very grateful. We are happy to be at the tracks to provide care and support for anyone we are able to encounter. We are not, however, a 24/7 web. We only can get people when they're willing to go, and we are happy to continue that service, but we are very grateful to have you as partners in increasing the level of security and safety we can provide at the tracks. Ultimately, I really believe completely eliminating access to the means is the way we need to go, and we know that can't happen immediately, but we appreciate that you're making movement toward it happening soon. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Holly T., followed by Bridget M.
Hello, I'm Holly Templeton, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Julia Curtis, who couldn't be here today. Hello, Palo Alto City Council. I've already talked with some of you, but for those of you who don't know me, my name is Julia Curtis. I'm a junior at Pali High School. Since my time at Pali, there have been 5 suicides at PAUSD. Since I've been alive, there have been 3 suicide clusters at PAUSD. Almost all of them have been by train. This consistent issue that has plagued Palo Alto for years has created a toxic atmosphere and culture where suicide is seen as normal. Studies show that one of the most effective ways to prevent suicide, along with mental health initiatives, is elimination of lethal means. According to Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, an individual with a loaded gun in their household is 3 times more likely to commit suicide than one without. In Palo Alto, trains are our loaded weapon. Efficient, effective, and accessible to everyone, especially students. I propose a secure closure of the Churchill crossing with consistent guards watching the intersection until it is closed. I believe, and research backs me up, that suicide in Palo Alto will begin to decline once this monumental action is taken. I don't want any more of my peers to die. Neither do the 3,000 who have signed my petition for the Churchill closure, and I know neither do any of you. Please consider taking whatever measures you can to make this possible. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bridget M., followed by Bree T.
Hello. My name is Bridget McCormick. I grew up in Palo Alto. I went to Pali. I'm a parent of 2 young girls who will also go to Pali, and I'm a psychotherapist, and I have a private practice just a block from here. I specialize in working with teens, and in particular, teens who are at risk of killing themselves. I talk about suicide every day, all the time. I also commute over those tracks. I've had a patient die. I've experienced the trauma myself of working with this particular youth and having to continue to hear the train, to cross over the tracks every day, and I will continue to do it. However, I would rather go around. If you close the crossings, I'm 100% willing to go around. I'm sure most people would be willing to go out of their way in order to do something that feels meaningful and like a sign that we're taking this seriously. I think young people in particular, kids who I work with every day, think about the train all the time. It's not just the ones who have died at the tracks, it's the ones who are thinking about it daily and who are traumatized by it. And there's such a huge thing that you could do by closing the tracks, by putting up guards, to really take it seriously, not just for the adults, but for the kids who would feel like you're really taking care of them. Thank you so much for considering this, and I appreciate the work that you're already doing.
Our next speaker is Bree T., followed by Carrie T.
I am one of the thousands of parents who watches my child walk out the door every single day to Palo Alto High School, knowing that a fatal train strike is mere steps away from her classroom. My daughter is a member of Pally's class of 2027, and 2 of her friends have died. She saw a summer suicide note and called me repeatedly on Tuesday morning until I answered. She was one of the first students at Pally who knew, and it was me who had to look my daughter in the eye and confirm that yet another friend had died at those train tracks. We do not advise people to keep weapons or pills in their home simply with cameras. We don't use AI. We remove the access. We lock them up, we create barriers, we make it as hard as humanly possible to access, and that is what we are begging you guys to do. Failing to immediately close the crossings and add paid guards is a complacency that I just can't tolerate as a mom anymore. I'm literally begging you. I'm the mother of not just a Pally Jr., she's also a trans girl and a member of the LGBTQ community who is disproportionately affected by these tragedies. I am begging you. I'm not a psychologist. I don't know how you guys do your jobs. I don't know the bureaucracy. I am simply begging you to do something. The kids need to see that their community and their school and their council members aren't just telling them to call hotlines. They're not just offering therapists and support after the fact. They want to see action. So please, thank you.
Our next speaker is Carrie T., followed by Sven T.
Hello, Mayor and esteemed council members. I am Planning and Transportation Commissioner, but here speaking on my own behalf tonight. I want to say thank you to all of those who are working on the Rail Committee now and who have worked on rail committees in the past and have really thought about this deeply. Tonight, I want to echo the sentiments you're hearing from some of the parents that the best is really the enemy of the good here. We need to think about how can we get something adequate done sooner instead of waiting 5 or 10 or 20 more years to get that crossing to be safe at grade. So I'm hopeful that you'll think about ways that are perhaps different than we've talked about before. I looked it up that there's ways that you can do bridges very fast. Think about in a situation where a bridge or a crossing has been destroyed, you can purchase ready-made crossings for pedestrians or bikes that can help us get around this. If you do close it, we also have other alternatives for people to be able to go to go under either at Cal Ave or at Homer. But there are options to those who are willing to go around. And lastly, I would just say that to echo Bridget's comments, I can't imagine the horror of going to school at Pally and hearing those bells, sitting and waiting at the train and watching the trains cross in front of you, knowing what just happened, hearing the bells during your Spanish class, your English class, or PE, or if you're out rehearsing for ball sports, gosh, I'm a theater parent, after school, but if you're outside and you're hearing it, it's re-traumatizing over and over multiple times a day. So especially for the vulnerable kids, I hope that we can find a way to close it, because that will mean that we get some of those triggers out of the way, indeed, as well as the loaded weapon. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Sven T., followed by Maureen H.
Sven Thiessen here, Pally resident for a long time. It's been a pretty hard couple of weeks for me and pretty much everybody else. I lost a 20-year-old friend of mine, brilliant mathematician. Hi, Alex, to pills. And then my family's friends with the Metas. And anyway, I like action. I like what everybody has said about action. And I really feel like the Palo Alto process just takes too long. And I don't know I think closing the crossing for at least a couple months, maybe years while we figure this out is a good idea. Why not? And likewise, what Sarah said, we got chronic and acute in front of us. Can we do something? We got acute mental health issues, and we got chronic slow poisoning of our community through a gas that the utility provides and no information to the public who use it. So let's take some action. Let's be swift for a change. Screw it. I think we should just not get a permit and put a bridge in. I love that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maureen H., followed by Alice S.
My name is Maureen, and I'm a Palo Alto High School parent. I'd like to voice my support for closing the Churchill crossing immediately. It needs to be done now, urgently. I was happy to read about the support of the Churchill closing from the school superintendent and the mayor. Thank you. And happy to learn just a few minutes ago from Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes that Caltrain is on board as well. The studies are clear about the effectiveness of removing lethal means, as others have said many times tonight. And it sounds like we have the key people on board with the City Council and Caltrain. So let's close the Churchill crossing today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alice S., followed by Kanami T.
Hi, I wanted to voice my support for the Churchill closing, as well as support for the new rebate program involving induction stoves. I wanted to add that I would like to see more education around the community for the byproducts of gas stoves that people are experiencing every day in their homes. And really anything like with the utilities would help with that, and that would make a massive difference. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kanami T., followed by Camille at C.
Okay, dear council members, my name is Kanami Taniguchi, and I'm a student at Palo Alto Middle College High School. And I'm grateful for the utilities to continue to working on the induction loaner program and other initiatives that support induction stove adoption. And also thank you for your current work to support climate change, sustainability, and public health. And also in the light of recent events, I'm also advocating for the closing of the Churchill crossing and just more enforcement in general. I have heard what has been going on from like many of my friends, and many of my friends are from Pali have also been greatly affected by the situation. And I hope that City Council works to just take more effort into causes that affect us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Camille C., followed by Reed T.
Hello, we are members of the Palo Alto Youth Council, and first we wanted to acknowledge the tragic events over the past few weeks and how our council is really committed to addressing it in the ways we can and supporting our community members. We also wanted to talk a little bit about our past initiatives and what we are focusing on. Over the past semester, we have focused on 3 areas, which are mental health, civic engagement, and outreach.
So first, the Palo Alto Youth Council has created a report to improve the accessibility of mental health resources in Palo Alto. Mental health, as we know, is a major issue that many youth in Palo Alto are facing today. This report hopes to illuminate the extent of the problem while proposing constructive solutions that are informed by our experiences and Palo Alto mental health organizations. With high academic pressure and stress coming from Silicon Valley, we have noticed the impact it has on many people around us, to friends, classmates, and even ourselves. As such, through our observations and research, we have concluded that our city can offer greater support regarding mental health to the youths in our community. In this report, we will present statistics from students in the high schools and middle schools, both public and private, in Palo Alto. We have provided statistics we have gathered from our mental health census that has gathered input from more than 250 teens, as well as provided solutions to policies and further action recommendations provided by professionals in the field.
We have also focused on civic engagement, and one event that we recently planned was the mock city council, where we brought over students and city council members to talk about pressing civic engagement issues and how to get more students involved. We also have led a policy report, which talks about issues such as bike safety and mental health in more detail, using data analysis and presenting solutions. And both of these reports, the mental health and the policy report, will be provided to the City Council in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you. Your time is up. It's now Reed T's turn to speak.
My name is Reed Trang, and I'm also with the Palo Alto Youth Council. So just to recap, we've also been trying to spotlight other organizations around the area, especially the youth-led organizations. This past semester, we led an event where 20 different organizations came over to the library, and we made sure they had a platform to be heard and to network and to make sure their voices were something all youth could attend to. That is all. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Okay. Well, thank you, and thank you all. This is a tough topic that many of you addressed, and we're so glad that you're here and took your time. It's tough to talk about, but we want to hear from you, and I really commend all the youth that spoke tonight, so thank you on all the topics. So thank you to our public. We'll close public comment with that. And so we will move on to our consent calendar. Do we have any no votes or requests to pull on our consent calendar? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve?
I move the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Rechtel,
Yes.
Councilmember Liu,
Yes.
Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. And with that, I'll turn to the city manager for comments.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could ask the city clerk for assistance with just a few slides. This will actually be relatively quick. Let's go to the next slide, please. Just want to reiterate and reinforce comments already made by identifying a number of resources that the city and other partnering organizations have available. In particular, our city website, paloalto.gov/bewell, shows a number of resources available, as well as noting the Alcove Palo Alto being available for youth this week, as well as a number of other resources. Next slide, please. Looking forward, want to flag for the council and community that our emergency services volunteers is gearing up its spring both events and recruitment and training, noting that later this week or this month on the 28th there will be the annual kickoff event, followed by training on a couple of sessions both for community emergency response team members as well as block preparedness coordinators in the month of March. Further information and information on how to sign up at our website, paloalto.gov/ESV. Next slide, please. And then finally, just looking forward to upcoming city council agendas, noting first off that there is no meeting next week, given the President's Day holiday. And then we'll be meeting the following week on the 23rd with a report from the Oversized Vehicle Ad Hoc Committee, as well as mid-year budget actions and review of feedback from staff on your priority objectives and committee work plans. Then next meeting will be on March 2nd with a study session on Palo Alto Link shuttle service, as well as action items related to the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan work plans, as well as the Reliability and Resiliency Strategic Plan. Then we've got a number of items on March 9th, the study session on 51 Encina, Crescent Park traffic calming project coming back to City Council for further direction, and same on Senate Bill 79. Then we've noted a number of other items that are scheduled later in the month of March and beyond. With that, Mayor, back to you. That completes my comments.
Well, thank you very much. And I will note that we are a little more than half an hour ahead of schedule. And since the first two action items were scheduled to take about half an hour, unless anyone objects, I would suggest that we take our break after action item 10. Does anybody have any concerns about that? I'm getting nods. I'm getting nods and thumbs up. So assuming we have the staff here to move ahead, which I'm getting another thumbs up, let's move to action item 9. Approve a resolution for an exception to the CalPERS 180-day waiting period to appoint retired annuitant Erin Miller. And I believe I am turning to Ms. Blanche.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Sandra Blanche, HR Director. This item is required under state law to be heard as an action item. This resolution is for a recent Public Works retiree annuitant for your review. And here with me this evening is Benefits Manager Taryn Mann. Many of you have spoken to him. And he'll provide a verbal presentation on behalf of HR. Also present is Director Eggleston, in case you have any Public Works operational questions.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am Taryn Mann, Benefits Manager. The resolution before you is to rehire a Public Works retiree, Erin Miller, former Assistant Plant Manager who retired in December. The Regional Water Quality Control Plant is undergoing a rebuild to modernize aging infrastructure and to ensure continued regulatory compliance. Mr. Miller's retirement has created a significant gap, and rehiring him before the 180-day wait period will add in maintaining continuity and reduce operational and compliance risk during this critical phase of the work. Rehiring Mr. Miller will provide the city with immediate access to his specialized expertise that is needed for this project. CalPERS has an administrative procedure that requires the city to have council adopt this resolution in public as an action item. By approving this resolution, council is approving an exception to the 180-day waiting period that is required under the Public Employee Pension Reform Act. CalPERS enacted this exception to ensure any retiree who is rehired is returning to serve for a limited duration and limited hours, and to not their former position. Human Resources monitors hours to ensure departments comply with CalPERS requirement. Thank you for considering this action this evening.
Thank you. Staff have anything further? Is that concluded? Excellent. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any requests to speak on item 9.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn to colleagues for questions and comments. Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thank you. I certainly understand that this is a very complex and time-sensitive issue, and totally respect that you need this talent. I just had a couple of sort of procedural questions. And one is that, I guess putting it bluntly, why is there a gap? Meaning he didn't retire suddenly, so have we been recruiting? And then coupled to this, it also says, and I know this might be boilerplate, but this is effective not to exceed 2 years. So is the intent to keep recruiting and hire before 2 years? It's in the range of a couple $100,000 a year, which might be the same as if the person's on board or not. So is it particular expertise that you want for 2 years because he's already into it? Is that what's going on here?
It's a combined, it will be recruited for, but in addition, because of his expertise, he'll be seeking or sought to do some training. And I see that Director Eggleston is here to address some of the question.
Good evening, City Council. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. Yes, we would absolutely plan to move to fill the position. In this role, which is a little less than half-time as an hourly employee, Mr. Miller, with his deep knowledge of the plant and knowledge of maintenance, really just adds a level of expertise and additional information to what's going on with the projects that is strongly beneficial to us.
Had we been recruiting and we just didn't find a replacement, or is it specifically that you want this man for right now?
No, we have not started recruiting yet. the retirement was known to us shortly before he retired, but not very far in advance. And, you know, with the city's financial situation, we have constraints and a hiring review committee and a process there that takes longer than in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I get you need the expertise, so I'm totally supportive of that. I was just looking at the procedural side. Thank you.
Any other colleagues with questions or comments or a motion? Councilmember Rectal?
Yeah, I move the staff recommendation.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further comment or discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you conduct a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Rectal.
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Mayor Vinker.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you, staff, for bringing that forward. We'll move to action item 10, which is a public hearing on weed abatement. And for that, I will turn to...
I'll take the first
The
crack
city
at
manager.
that. Certainly. Thank you, Mayor. I know we've got both our fire chief and fire marshal here available to answer any questions. This is the part of the annual cycle, at which point the council will have the initial hearing of properties identified for weed abatement. And we also have a representative of the county here that administers the program on behalf of the city. So with that, I think we'd like to ask the city clerk at the appropriate time, Mayor, if we have received any public comments. I would note that we have been in touch with Stanford University and are aware that they've been working both with our staff as well as the county to remove several properties from the list on the basis of weed abatement plans that are underway.
Okay, that's all. So do you, in terms of that, the list that you mentioned, is that when you say the appropriate time? When is
Oh, sorry. I think this is the appropriate time for the city clerk to note if we've received any objections to the list.
We do have one request to speak. It's Rich D.
Ah, I see. Instead of, we don't call it public comment, we call it objections. Okay, excellent. Please go ahead. Welcome.
Council, hi, thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Rich Dean. I'm the Fire Prevention Manager for the Stanford University Fire Marshal's Office. I'm also a retired Palo Alto firefighter with over 30 and a half years with the city. Was the interim fire marshal from 2010 to 2013 for the city. So we're here, as you already mentioned, City Manager Shikata, to request that some of our properties be removed from the list. And to be honest, when I started with Stanford in July of 2023. We'd already missed that season in terms of trying to abate some of these issues. Once I became aware of this and we fixed some of the communication issues, we've brought all but one of the properties into compliance, which we're requesting for those properties to be removed from the list at this time. And we're working on the fifth property because there's a little bit of a discrepancy with that property. So with that, I'd point to the fact that Stanford, we meet nearly weekly, year-round on wildfire resilience and vegetation management. We probably spent about $500,000 just on vegetation management alone, and actually it received quite a bit of acclaim. And I also wanted to thank the council for participating and allowing the city to participate with the N5 artificial intelligent wildfire smoke sensors. We've actually started to receive some international recognition for that program, to the extent that several delegates from Mitsubishi Electric in Japan have scheduled an appointment with us next week to talk about the sensors and also about the best practices for vegetation management and so on. So with that, I'll let the fire chief and fire marshal speak to any questions that you might have, or you can ask me. But I also wanted to take a quick moment and just kind of acknowledge, and this is off topic a little bit, but this October 1st will be the 50th anniversary of the Stanford Fire Department merging with the City of Palo Alto Fire Department. And I'm looking to do something kind of special for that. There's still a handful of original Stanford firefighters that are with us. And to this day, there's a half dozen children, even a grandchild that are working for Palo Alto Fire that were direct descendants of Stanford firefighters, including the most recently promoted female fire captain, Sarah Wallace, whose dad pinned her badge on Thursday night. With that, at that point, at some point I'll be looking to Chief Lindsay to see if he wouldn't be coming forward with a proclamation to acknowledge that partnership and that relationship with Stanford University. So with that, I thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other objections or requests to speak?
We do not have any other requests to speak for item 10.
Okay. And just to clarify, staff supports the request by Stanford to remove 4 out of its 5 properties from the list?
That's correct.
Okay. And so is the final list that's on attachment B devoid of those 4 properties, or do we need to make an amendment to conform it?
I believe it's the latter. We need to make an amendment. So actually, if I could ask Mr. Dean to confirm the addresses that would be removed.
Okay. Of the address not to be removed would be the one at 3500 Deer Creek, parcel number ending in 066.
Thank you. So, council members, if you're looking at your packet, it's packet page 220, and the properties that would be removed are listed as 3460 Hillview, 1072 Arrastradero, 4295 Deer Creek, and then the next one doesn't have an address, but also listed as Deer Creek, that would be removed.
Okay, thank you. All right, colleagues. Councilmember, that's an old, Councilmember Rickdahl, do you have please go ahead.
What's the process for this? We go around and we inspect, and then we notify the people by postcard? How many steps do we have?
Yeah, this may be where both our fire chief or fire marshal, as well as the county representative, might describe the process of notifications.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Danny Robles. I'm representing the County Santa Clara Weed Abatement Program tonight. So the way this normally works is we send out a notice to destroy to all property owners on our weed abatement list. From there, they elect how they would like to have their property maintained, whether they do it themselves or have the county abate it for them. At this point, once the season begins, we go out, we inspect the property. If it passes the inspection, it receives an inspection fee. At that point, there's no further inspection for that property throughout the season. If it fails the inspection at that point, we will do a second inspection 2 weeks later to verify compliance. If compliance is not met, then at that point, we reach out again and take the next steps necessary to abate the property through the county contractor.
And how do you generate your initial list?
So a lot of times it's through service requests. So folks will request us to inspect a neighboring property that they believe to be a fire hazard, or it is an ongoing list that we have from years past. And the way this works is we look for folks to voluntarily comply 3 years in a row. For those that do not, it sort of will reset. So they'll be on year 1 again, and the list will continue to go on continuously.
Okay. And do you survey, or is it all by complaint?
We do survey at times. For example, if we're out doing inspection on a parcel and we do see one that may be out of compliance, we will at that point send that resident in a warning letter, give them a chance to comply and take care of it on their own. If they need, they can reach out to us for advice or instruction. But if we do not hear back from them at that point, then we do go ahead and add them to our weed abatement program.
I'm just shocked by how many are on this list. When you send out the letters, do you get good response, or?
Honestly, it's about 50-50. A lot of times we hear back, folks will reach out and ask us on how they can go ahead and manage their property. At that point, we help them with the guidance as to how they can become compliant or not be added on our list in the first place. And then a lot of times we do not hear back from a lot of people as well.
Councilmember, if I could also ask our fire chief and fire marshal to comment.
Good evening, Mayor Vinker and Council. Steve Lindsay, Fire Chief, Palo Alto Fire. Just to highlight, really with this program, we look at it as kind of our next level of escalation. So in the city of Palo Alto, we have code enforcement, we have fire inspectors, and we prefer to go out on our own and do as much mitigation work as we can by educating the public and trying to gain compliance. There certainly are situations where the county weed abatement identifies properties and they will let us know that they've identified properties that maybe weren't in our purview, that may have not gotten reported. But our goal is always to try to get compliance before it enters into this program whenever possible. And so when we do, like, for example, our wildland urban interface inspections up in the foothills, that primary contact is to get education out to the public and then to help them understand the importance of weed abatement and mitigation and defensible space. And we do the same in the city of Palo Alto within the neighborhoods as well for our community.
And so for the fees that we charge, we make this revenue neutral. We're able to recover all our costs.
So for the most part, there are no fees for us, the city of Palo Alto. The county assesses their fees through their inspections and through their mitigation. So for most of the years, it has been cost neutral. In just recent years, there's been a little bit of, that's changed over the years. There's been some change in program. And so they're working through that now. But for the most part, yes, they charge for the inspections and they charge for the mitigation.
Have we considered raising the rates, raising the fees to try and make this smaller?
So those fees are not, we don't govern those fees. Those are through the Santa Clara County. And they have gone through a process, and I can let him Danny speak about, what their process is for raising fees.
Absolutely. So previous to last year, the common practice was to identify any property that was not in compliance and immediately add them to this program. Beginning 2025, the new weed abatement manager decided that we would then send warning letters. With those warning letters, we did have people show more compliance or more willingness to bring their property or maintain in a fire-safe manner. With that, the fees did go up a bit because we did reduce the amount of parcels on this list overall throughout the county. So our inspection did go from $105 to $296, and that is to help recoup the costs for the loss of parcels that we had.
And for the county, it's revenue neutral?
I can chime in. This is Garrick Yoselewski. I'm the program manager for the weed abatement program. Yes, we always strive to be cost neutral. Our goal is to be fully cost recovery. And as mentioned, unfortunately, during the last season, we did not recover all of our costs, which is the reason why we had to increase the fees. However, yes, we have always been cost neutral up to this point.
And when you say cost recovery, does that include the time that full-time employees get paid, or is it just the explicit costs or the incremental costs?
The cost recovery is to recover our entire program cost for the year, which includes staff costs and other expenses needed to run the program.
Okay, thank you.
I actually have a question that's similar with respect to the assessments, but a different focus, which is that, I understand that the assessments are put on property tax bills and then considered liens on the properties. I ask about that because part of my concern is sometimes when a home is in a situation that it needs weed abatement, sometimes the homeowners have trouble paying to do it themselves. And so if they're seniors, elderly, people who are having trouble paying for it, I was going to, before I read that, I was going to ask if there were any special programs or relief for those. We don't want to see people evicted on this basis, I wouldn't think. I mean, on the one hand, if you own a property, you need to take care of it, but there are some circumstances that I think would be, we would be troubled if the weeds were the reason they were out of their home. So I assume that doesn't happen, given that the mechanism is that it's a lien on the property that I assume would be recovered when sold, or could you just address how that works?
Yeah, Mayor, I'd be happy to address that again. This is Garrick with Santa Clara County Weed Abatement Program. At this time, there are no programs that we offer to give financial assistance. However, we did just put in a request for state funding for that exact reason, and we're currently waiting to hear back if we will be approved for that funding. But yes, if a property owner is unable to pay their property tax bill, unfortunately, that's something out of our control, but we are looking into programs and other funding mechanisms to support those types of individuals.
Good. I'm glad to hear that you're pursuing that, and thank you for that. Vice Mayor Stone.
Oh, can I just add one?
Certainly. I'm sorry I missed that.
No, that's okay. So just in response to your question, the city of Palo Alto does have programs to assist homeowners and specifically like elderly if they're having trouble. So with code enforcement, one of the things that we may do when we're working to help get them to come into compliance is to have those conversations. So there are programs available where people can get assistance.
Oh, that's very good news. So if they continue to pursue it at the state, and then we're also doing these things locally, that sounds like a good approach. Thank you for adding that. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll move the staff recommendation and amend it so that we remove the 4 properties identified by Stanford that staff has agreed to.
Second.
All right. Seeing no requests to discuss further, let's move to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And thank you to everyone who helped us tonight understand this a little better. So appreciate it, staff. So it's now time for our break. I'm going to suggest that we extend it a little bit and take like a 21-minute break and go until 6:50 just to get a little closer to the scheduled time for the next item, because I know that was an item of great interest to the public. So we will adjourn and be back at 6:50. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order and move on to item 11, our Cubberley project, where we will receive an update on third round polling, approve a letter of intent, and direct staff on next steps. And I believe the chair of the Cubberley Ad Hoc would like to speak first and introduce the topic. Excellent, please do.
Thank you, Mayor. So tonight, we, the ad hoc and staff together with our consultants and partners are providing a two-pronged update on the Cubberley Community Center project. On the one hand, we have truly exciting news, and on the other hand, we have a reality check, and they inform one another. The reality check reminds us of where we are right now in terms of the likelihood of this project crossing the finish line in November as hoped. The truly exciting news shows us that we are assembling something quite special for the project. And if we can draw that picture in sharper detail, we just might get where we need to be in terms of earning community support for what we have in mind. So tonight, we're going to start with the reality check on where things are by reviewing our latest poll results. And then we'll shift to the truly exciting news in the form of partner organizations that have decided to suit up and get in the game with us. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to staff to get us started.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I'm Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Director. To my right is Christine Peraz, Assistant Director with Administrative Services, and we also have some additional staff supporting here in the chambers. So first, I'd like to start out by saying what a privilege it is to work on this very exciting project. We have a great team of staff from several departments, the city manager's office, and of course, the council ad hoc committee, and we're all working really hard to move this exciting project along, and we're very optimistic that we will get there. So like many large projects, we are learning and frequently need to adjust to new information we receive and new opportunities that come before us. So tonight, as Chair Lithcott-Hames said, we'll be sharing with you progress made since the last time we presented here, including discussion of poll number 3 results, and also an introduction to the community partnerships that are developing, which presents an exciting opportunity to partner with some of our most cherished and well-known community groups to improve Cubberley for everyone. So with that, I'm going to turn the next slides. Oops, you can go 2 slides probably, Madam Clerk. There we go. Back 1. Thanks.
Thank you, Director O'Kane. The city engaged with FM3 to develop and conduct polling for placing a potential measure on the November 2026 ballot. This is the third of 4 community polls that ran from January 5th through the 12th. We have Curtis Bello from FM3 to present the results. This poll was designed to test specific ballot measure for a parcel tax or sales tax, the residents' familiarity of the Cubberley campus and associated priorities, and voter priorities for a general purpose tax measure. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bello.
Great, thank you very much. It's always interesting being introduced as the reality check for the presentation, but I will do my best to also pivot into some of the exciting news that's coming up as well. I just want to note that in terms of the classic pollster speak here, this is a snapshot in time, and our third of 4 different surveys here, and a 4th survey will be likely conducted later this spring. And we did this, when we get to the next slide, we'll see that we did it right at the beginning of the year, and several of these community partnerships developed after the fact that the survey came out of the field. So it's helpful to remember that this is one data point of many, and in a changing and a more optimistic landscape as well, that the city and the council need to take under consideration. So with that, I'm going to ask to move to the first slide here, which is the survey methodology. We did the survey right at the beginning of the year, out of the new year, a little over 400 interviews. And that gets us our most important thing here is the margin of sampling error. So questions asked out of the full sample had essentially a 5% margin of sampling error, and those asked at a half sample. And there was a pretty important one here, as staff noted, looking at the two different ballot measures, is about a 7% margin of error. And we have several different tracks from prior surveys as well. Next slide, please. Oh, so the first part I'm going to go through is kind of the context. Then I'm going to get to the measures themselves, and then we'll get into what the impact was of providing additional information to the survey respondents. So next slide. This is a question that we ask, and the italicized language that you see in these slides, either as a subtitle or as a footer, is what we actually asked to respondents on the phone, if that's how they took the survey, or they read online, if that's how they took the survey. And in this case, we've asked this general need question for a number of years in prior research for the city here. And this is not specific to Coverly. This is a broad question. Do you essentially feel like the city needs additional funding? And the great sum need is what we tend to focus on here. And it's been hovering in that 30% range, took a little bit of a dip, but it's not an appreciable difference from where it's been over the last few years. And this is part of what happens when your city is run well, is that voters feel like maybe there's as much of a generic need for funding because things are good. Next slide, please. This one had a little bit of a change, and this one's more specific, and it talks about the need for additional funds for updated facility and services for things like classes, camps, fitness programs, things that we've asked about only in the last surveys going back to last year. And that number of the great sum need was over 50%, and that took a little bit of a dip in this most recent survey at the beginning of January. Next slide, please. We'll do those ballot measures. Next slide. But this is the hypothetical ballot language that we use for the two different versions that staff referenced. One was the parcel tax, generating about $7.3 million per year. And the other one was a sales tax, generating about double that for a half-cent sales tax. And they talk about many of the same ways the funds would be spent, right? Dealing with earthquake safety, accessibility standards, dealing with old electrical systems and plumbing. The key difference here is that the parcel tax is more specifically focused on the Coverly project and the acquisition of the land in the school district. The sales tax references those things, but also includes some other things you could spend the money on as a city, like maintaining streets and keeping the downtowns and commercial cores safe and clean, because it would be a general purpose measure. And the result of that is that the parcel tax has a 2/3 vote threshold, versus the general purpose sales tax just have to get to that 50% plus one. Next slide, please. And so half the respondents were given the parcel tax and half presented with the sales tax, and they were asked to indicate how they might vote on it. And the way that we ask these questions is either it's read to you on the phone or you read online and you indicate whether you'd vote yes or no. And then we push those folks. Is that definitely or probably yes or no? And then if someone's initial reaction is to be a little bit on the fence, we push them. Are you leaning one way or another? That gives us 3 flavors of yes and 3 flavors of no that we can roll up together and look at in aggregate, but also look at the intensity differences here. And you'll see that support for both these measures is pretty similar, particularly when you take into consideration the 7% margin of error. They're both just a smidge below 50%, which is obviously a little different proposition for our parcel tax than for our sales tax. Because then, with the margin of error, you're flirting with the right around the voter threshold for a sales tax, and a little bit further away, obviously, for a parcel tax. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to go through these couple sections here about ways that money from one of these measures could be invested and spent. And some of them are really discrete, specific ways the money will be spent. Maybe go to the next slide. And some of them are a little bit more sort of the downstream benefits of those expenditures. And we presented these in random order to the survey respondents and asked them how important would it be for money to be spent in this manner. And the important scale is either extremely important, very important, somewhat or not too important. We tend to focus in our work more on the more intense reactions, those who thought something was either extremely or very important. And we've summarized those on the right-hand side, and we've sorted these slides. The first 2 slides here are just about the things that a general purpose sales tax measure could be spent on. And so you see things in here about, fixing potholes, maintaining streets, not a huge difference between those 2 different ways of framing that. But the top of the list was, maintaining the storm drains and keeping pollutants from entering the bay. In the Bay Area, this is almost always one of the higher priorities is, the value that voters place on the bay and keeping pollution out of there is pretty ubiquitous in many communities that have coastal areas. And we go down that list, you'll see other items here around the city's financial stability, maintaining that, and emergency response. Next slide. This is the second slide for just the general purpose items here. And you see those dark blue bars start to get a little bit smaller. So when you talk about improving police response or providing general city services, if people feel like the services are pretty good, which we saw earlier, there's a little less intensity around that. And if people feel like the city is safe, a little less intensity there than some of the items we saw on the prior slide. But what's interesting here is that if you look at some of the splits around improving response to violent crime generates a little more intensity than just generically police response. So in some of these cases, being a little more specific tended to strike a chord a little more with your voters here. Next slide, please. Now this is the same scale. So the questions mean, the bars mean the same things, but this is the coverly focused priorities here. So we're taking out police response and roads and things of that nature here. And you'll see that the top several items here got at least 60% who said they're extremely or very important. That's preserving trees and outdoor space. So very visible, tangible thing that you have a lot of, foliage like that in the city. And then below that, we have very specific things about outdated, deteriorating wire and plumbing, fixing those. Dealing with, buildings that don't really necessarily meet current earthquake and electrical standards, addressing those. And then right below that, something we've seen elsewhere resonate, which is providing safe places for youth, basically, after school and in the summer. Because those tended to be things, so like the real tangible items around things that are broken and people understand, and wires and things of that nature, and also things, some that are a little more big picture thing like trees and everything, but also around youth. Next slide, please. And these are items a little bit lower down the list. Only at the very bottom do you see the red bars get appreciably bigger. So improving the pool, what's seen as a little bit less of a priority here. And we talked just sort of generically about renovating the 70-year-old community center. That didn't generate nearly as much intensity from the voters who took the survey as when they were talking about the wiring and the plumbing and the earthquake standards, the things that those things they can really wrap their minds around versus when you're talking more broadly about renovating the community center. Next slide, please. And so the last section I'm going to go over here before I hand it back to staff is we over the course of the survey we did, here are some arguments in favor of a measure, here are some arguments opposed. It is impossible to simulate what a campaign environment might be, particularly doing this survey, 10, 11 months out from when people would vote on it. But it gives us a little bit of a sense of where voters are, and are certain things resonating, and is there a little movement or fluidity, or are voters a little more entrenched in their initial positions? Next slide, please. So this is the parcel tax again. So this is the one that needs, so we started off that 48%, if you remember from a few slides ago, and we went through, here are some reasons why you want to support this measure. Tell us now, after that, having heard those rationales for support, how would you vote now? And nothing, people that didn't change their minds a whole lot there. And then we did the flip side. Hey, this is why this is a terrible reason. Should never vote for this thing. And guess what? People didn't change their mind a whole lot about that either. So there was a fairly steady, proportion of voters who indicated they would vote yes and no. There wasn't a lot of movement, even in the face of some of these arguments. Next slide, please. Yeah, and this sort of leaves us with a floor kind of for the parcel tax of around 2 in 5 voters who consistently said they'd vote yes. That could have been any flavor of yes, because I think when we think about it, if someone's, even if they're only leaning yes, but they said it 3 times, that's probably a yes vote. It leaves us with about a quarter in the swing category. So maybe they were that little sliver that was undecided every time, or they changed their opinions under the surface there a little bit. So maybe we didn't see a ton of movement in the aggregate, but below the surface, people were moving a little bit back and forth. So about a quarter were in that swing category. Next slide, we'll go through the same couple slides for the sales tax measure. And the dynamic is somewhat similar. We started off again at that 48%, and there wasn't a ton of movement after the positives and negatives there, sort of hovering in those same sort of ranges. If you go to the next slide, you'll see that the vote consistency broke out pretty similar too. I mean, only a few points different there. The consistent yes, right around for the sales tax, 2 and 5. Consistent no about a third, and about a quarter in that swing category. Obviously, if you take the consistent yes and swing for a sales tax, the 50% vote thresholds, you can see there's it's a little bit of an easier path to meeting that particular vote threshold. Next slide. I'm just going to go kind of quickly through a few of these here, which is some of the rationales that we tested, the sort of essentially arguments in favor, supporting a measure, and arguments opposed. What we have here is just the language that we tested, and we asked how convincing of a reason would it be to support a measure, say very, somewhat, not to, or convincing, or you don't believe it. We're just sort of this here by the very convincing, trying to see if there was anything that was particularly intense here. And none of them completely jumped off the page, but the ones, there's 2 slides here. Talking about the fact that it's 70 years old, we saw a few slides ago, maybe didn't move the scale, but when we got into the specifics here about not meeting, ADA requirements here, earthquake standards, things of that nature, so that would turn out to be one of the more compelling arguments here. And we're seeing this accountability stuff really resonate starting last cycle in particular, and going into this cycle as well. I will note that the concept of disclosing how funds will be spent, sometimes even to a greater extent than, audits and things of that nature, is resonating particularly strongly, and that's probably why it's on this first slide here. They also went through rationales that it's good for the schools as well, and that for a sales tax measure that could be ancillary benefits for streets. Next slide, please. This is the second of these slides here. So moving a little bit further down the list here, we talked about the disaster preparedness and downtown safety. Those didn't quite resonate as strongly as some of those other items we saw on the prior slide here. And even maybe like local control didn't resonate quite as much as the general accountability and the public visibility and disclosure around the expenditures. Next slide. So one slide here, and these are the rationales for voting no. Same scale. How convincing of a reason would this be instead of to support, though, to oppose? You'll see a little more intensity here. And some of these are unspecific to this particular project. The cost of living, that is something that is a fact that people are facing, and we're seeing that as a top concern for revenue measures everywhere. Generically, people have some concerns about local governments at all levels, or state, this is federal government's wasting money. That's kind of in that category here. Maybe the only one that's maybe particularly specific here is, does the community have other priorities here? And that was one that's maybe a little unique to this. The other ones were a little more kind of rationale that people give for opposing tax measures at any point in time. Maybe go to the next slide. I think that gets me to the end. And I just had just a couple thoughts here. Just a reminder, this was, as I noted, a snapshot in time. And, this happened before some of these community partnerships were sort of formalized, or at least announced, or in their nascent stages here. And that kind of stuff could have an impact on viability that wasn't reflected in this third survey here. And we know that the city has already taken some of the findings from this and begun to engage the community, and talked about the vision for the project. And in the staff report, there were some references that support, while even that these levels may not be as high as you'd like to see, does represent an improvement from the second survey. So there's been a little bit of momentum there. There's these other things that have happened subsequently since this survey was fielded. And so it's a little premature to sort of comment exclusively on the viability of something from the polling results, given these other developments. And I think that's why there's a future survey planned. All right, that ends. I think I'm passing the baton back to staff.
Great, thank you. I'm going to shift gears a little bit now and talk about partnerships currently in development, and I'll follow each discussion by asking a partner representative to come to the podium and say some words. So public-private partnerships are a way to advance projects through a combination of city and private investment, and can provide equal and sometimes even better public services through increased innovation from subject matter experts and through improved efficiency. So using that model, a public-private partnership model, to advance certain elements of the Cubberley project is an exciting opportunity for the city and the community. And entering into agreements with partners that have synergy with one another while complementing city programs could really help us achieve the vibrant, welcoming, and accessible community campus we are striving for. One such partner is TheaterWorks Silicon Valley, who began here in Palo Alto 55 years ago. A joint press release was issued on January 28th to publicly announce the proposed partnership that would result in a 2-theater performing arts complex through renovation of the existing theater for community uses, add much-needed restrooms and expanded lobby space, and improve accessibility and technology, and also renovate the pavilion for a home theater for TheaterWorks. So tonight we are asking the council's approval of a letter of intent to demonstrate our shared commitment to continue working toward a more formal agreement with TheaterWorks. And that more formal agreement would have terms related to cost sharing, fundraising goals, timelines, management models, and things like that. So right now, I would like to welcome and ask Mr. Phil Santora, the Executive Director of TheaterWorks, to come to the podium to share some words.
Thank you. Thank you for having me this evening. It's an honor to chat with you. I'm Phil Santora, TheaterWorks Executive Director from 2007 to 2022, and I'm back in that role again as we navigate this exciting possibility. I also wanted to extend greetings from our Artistic Director, Giovanna Sardelli, who wanted to be with us, but she's spending the week in Portugal working on a new theater piece that combines live performance with motion capture technology. So I thought that was fun. I'm thrilled to be here tonight in person to explore the future of the Cubberley Community Center and all that it can mean for the residents of Palo Alto. TheaterWorks, founded as a city program of Palo Alto in 1970, has long dreamed of a permanent home. And what better location than the city where we have created art and engaged millions of individuals for 55 years. But what I want to discuss with you this evening is not a building. At this point, the Performing Arts Center, indeed the entire Cubberley Community Center project, is being debated and will no doubt evolve. A home for TheaterWorks is not about steel and concrete. It's about what it will enable as far as offerings for our community. TheaterWorks' vision is not about architecture. That vision lives in the work we do on the stage, in the schools, and throughout Palo Alto. Some quick background on us. Who is TheaterWorks? As you've heard, we were founded in 1970 in Palo Alto by Robert Kelly. TheaterWorks' very first production, performed at the Lucy Stern Theater, was a new play created from scratch by teens entitled Popcorn. And right there in that very first show, by the way, the stage manager for that, going off script, was Joe Simidian. Right there in our very first show was the foundation of who we are: main stage productions, education and youth programming, and creating and developing new plays and musicals. Since then, TheaterWorks has grown into one of the 75 largest nonprofit producing organizations in the country and the 3rd largest in the Bay Area. We've produced 76 world premieres, including the Tony Award-winning musical Memphis and the world premiere of Stephen Schwartz's The Prince of Egypt, which went on to the West End in London and was nominated for a Grammy. The breadth of our programs was nationally recognized in 2019 when TheaterWorks received the Tony Award for Outstanding Regional Theater. It was pretty cool. We currently serve over 55,000 individuals each year through our work on the main stage. Our education program, still rebuilding after the pandemic, doesn't focus on teaching theater. There are lots of great organizations that do that in Silicon Valley. Instead, we use our skills as theater artists to serve community priorities. We have programs that help students grasp core curriculum concepts like math, science, and reading. We address social issues like resilience and bullying. In addition to younger learners, we have also launched the Senior Playwrights Project for older adults to explore self-expression and artistic voice. And we are resident at the Lucille Packard Children's Hospital, where our specially trained teaching artists work on emotional well-being with children facing serious health issues. And while many folks see our shows, I'm not sure everyone realizes they are custom created here in Silicon Valley for our community. The work you see on stage at TheaterWorks, while nationally impactful, is handcrafted right here in the Bay Area. We pair breathtakingly talented local artists with leading theater professionals from across the country. We employ hundreds of local artists, technicians, educators, and staff each year. We are truly locally grown and nationally known, community-based, community responsive, and committed to being a vital part of the fabric of Palo Alto. So you may be asking, if we're achieving all this under the current model, why would we want a facility? Well, for 55 years, TheaterWorks has lived a nomadic existence, most recently alternating our main stage productions between Palo Alto and Mountain View, and as of next season, including a production at the Fox Theater in Redwood City. Heck, at one point, we even did a production of Alice in Wonderland in the parking garage under this building. We have to shift our support facilities like offices, shops, and rehearsal halls as Silicon Valley rental market dictates, and our education programs travel to wherever we can find space. This instability tests our financial resources and, more importantly, limits the programming we can do. We are intensely proud of what we have achieved in spite of the challenges and uncertainty offered by our facility situation. The proposed Performing Arts Center at Cubberley is exciting for TheaterWorks, not because it can be custom designed or because it's new. It's exciting because of the possibilities it provides us to deliver our mission and expand our impact. Instead of our facilities being a challenge to overcome, they become a tool to reach even further with greater and more diverse programming into our community. So what is this vision for the facility? The proposed Performing Arts Center is being conceived as a cultural hub, a vibrant space ringing forth with the voices of many Palo Alto arts organizations, open from morning through the end of performances each evening. The space will resonate with the sound of classes, daytime discussion groups, and performing events from all types of and ranges of arts groups, community gatherings, and creating new plays. Now, I'm going to describe the concept of the spaces and how they connect. But again, this isn't about the physical building. It's about the programming and about the purpose of the spaces. At the center of the Performing Arts Center is a newly built lobby serving both auditoriums. The lobby becomes the central artery from which various programming spaces are visible and accessed. During the day, tables and chairs can transform the lobby into an informal gathering space for the community. Maybe the refreshment stand can be open and serve beverages and snacks. It can also be a programming space with lunchtime lectures, concerts, discussion groups, and symposium, all possibilities. Off the lobby, there are three main spaces: the TheaterWorks Auditorium, the Cubberley Auditorium, and education spaces. The TheaterWorks Auditorium, to be created by adaptively reusing the existing pavilion building, will be approximately a 500-seat venue, which is bigger than the Lucy Stern and smaller than the Mountain View Center for scale. It's a fully equipped traditional theater. The space will house TheaterWorks' main stage season. The Cubberley Auditorium, an update of the existing Cubberley Theater, will maintain its seating in the low 300s. This space will continue to be home to a wide range of culturally rich performing arts organizations, dance, music, theater, and more. It should be noted, as was mentioned, that the Cubberley Auditorium lacks front-of-house spaces such as a lobby and bathrooms. The newly built lobby connecting the two existing structures will add some much-needed amenities to the Cubberley Theater. The building will also have space for our education programs. Engaging students of all ages, the programming in the new Performing Arts Center will offer a wide range of classes, as well as a home for education program performances and for student matinees. It is the goal of this project to create a vibrant living space, open day and night, welcoming the community. From informal opportunities like just hanging out in the lobby during the day, through classes and readings to evening performances on both stages, the new Performing Arts Center truly does become a cultural hub. And having so many arts groups performing under a shared roof can create a true energy, a space humming with multiple activities and feeling alive, hopefully inspiring curiosity to explore the breadth of the many arts organizations in the space. We are not competitive, we are complementary. We all know the saying, a rising tide raises all boats. To wrap up, we recognize the significant work and community input still to come on the Cubberley project. But Palo Alto launched an idea in 1970 that has grown into an amazing theater company, nationally known but born, based, and dedicated to serving its home community. You know, our founder, Robert Kelly, once said, "I used to think it took 10 people to put on a play, and I now know it takes thousands." Thousands of us have collectively nurtured this vision for 55 years. We have now reached this exciting possibility. Imagine what we can do together next. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I wanted to introduce another partner who you know already. That's the Friends of the Recreation Wellness Center. And in the spirit of talking about partnerships to support the Cubberley project, we invited them back. You've already approved a letter of intent with them when we first started this project, but we've invited Mark Goulet from their board to come and just share some words about their commitment to move forward and our continued partnership.
Press the button to turn on your microphone, please. Or is it?
No, that was my fault. I apologize. It's on now.
No problem. Thank you, everyone. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad and really excited that the city is in support thus far in the works to prepare for our agreement and work together. We're looking for a solid partnership so that we can actually go to the private funds that our community has been so generous to provide in the past, but to actually really focus it on this recreation and wellness center going forward. We've already cited the need for this type of gym, recreation and wellness center for the community, and the council that we are on has a number of different past city council members, as well as Parks and Rec Commission folks that have been fighting for the city for a long time, and they're really encouraged by this possibility. So if there's anything I can do, please let us know, and we look forward to working with the city staff on trying to finalize this agreement together, and really appreciate your consideration.
Thank you so much. And to wrap it up, I wanted to share that we've also been having conversations with other partners, and not all of them are able to share their interest publicly yet, as they're still in the exploration phase. But one of those organizations is Avenidas, and Avenidas already has space at Cubberley, and also, as you know, their main space in downtown Palo Alto. And while no commitments have made, we have been having conversations with them, and they are very interested in exploring a future partnership at Cubberley. And so I've invited Christina Lugo, President and CEO of Avenidas, to come up to the mic and just say a few words about their interest in the project.
Thank you. Lovely to see you all. As Kristen said, we're here to reaffirm that we are committed to the Palo Alto and Cubberley space. Many of you know Pinky Fung, our program manager for the Avenidas Chinese Community Center. It would be wonderful to have a modern, safe, accessible space for our participants and our staff, as well as expanding our regular Avenidas programming to the Cubberley space. When we were there, when we were doing our remodel, our numbers went up by far because there's so many people in South Palo Alto that just aren't willing to come all the way downtown. So we are willing to explore options and opportunities to continue our partnership with the city and look forward to seeing what happens. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that wraps up our presentation, and hearing those three organizations come and speak about what they could bring to this community at Cubberley just even gets me more excited about continuing to work and advance this project. So I am now going to, turn it back to Councilmember Lithcott-Hames to say some final words.
Well, thank you. I just want to offer thanks on behalf of the ad hoc to our partners with whom we have a letter of intent. That would be the Friends of Recreation and Wellness. Mr. Goulet, thank you for representing your group here tonight. Mr. Santora, I know you raced down Highway 101 to get here as you learned our meeting was running ahead. And the idea that we have a motion in front of us to sign a letter of intent with TheaterWorks to be our second official partner, to co-create this incredible vision for what Cubberley could offer members of our community. Thank you for being here. Ms. Lugo, thank you for being here and hinting that there might be an interest in Avenidas returning to the place where it saw its numbers explode in a good way, bringing senior support and community gathering for seniors to South Palo Alto by establishing yourself once again in Cubberley. I know that we're also talking to others, which is really exciting. No others that we can mention by name right now, but this concept that we might together, in partnership with other organizations and individuals, bring this project into a cohesive, beautiful vision and get it over the finish line financially. This is This is what awaits, and this is the effort that's underway. So finally, I want to thank our city staff, led by Director O'Kane, Ms. Paras as well, so many people in ASD, so many people in the city manager's office, on the legal team, Public Works. I don't know that there's a part of the city that isn't involved in the Cubberley project, but I do know it is one of the biggest things, if not the biggest thing on your plate. So just thank you for everything that went in to getting us to tonight. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank Curtis Bello from FM3, who walked us through poll 3 and gave us a lot to think about. And we're excited to move forward into poll 4, which is around the corner. So with that, I am done. Madam Mayor, thank you for that. And I know my colleagues on the ad hoc may have a few things to say, but of course, everyone on council does as well. Colleagues on the ad hoc, any preliminary remarks? Councilmember Burt? Looks like you're-
Thank you. So I'll just add that as we've looked through the polling and tried to really flesh out what it's telling us, there are a number of things that stood out. One is that we saw a big difference between, if we go to slide 5, is that it? Yeah. Between, we say 2026, but this basically, it was a January poll. So in 2 months, supposedly, we saw a 19% drop in the number of residents who saw either great or some need. And that doesn't seem to make sense, that actually happened. Now, as the pollsters said, there's a margin error of 7%, and if you really factor that in, maybe that accounts for it, but that's a head scratcher. We know that the community sentiment didn't move that much in 2 months. I don't know how to explain it, but I feel confident that that didn't actually happen. Then we are left with the question of, okay, and what do we interpret? I'm not certain. I will add that one of the things we didn't poll on that I was hoping that we would in each of the last 2 polls was what's the community sentiment if there's another tax measure on the same ballot, because we have a high likelihood that we will have this critical regional transit tax, sales tax on the same ballot. And we just had a sales tax increase at the county level. And if we went to the sales tax in November 2026, we'd have 2 sales taxes on the same ballot, 3 within a very short period of time. Unfortunately, I'm apprehensive that that would further weigh us down. And yet the sales tax is more viable at being able to do the things at Cubberley that we really need to do. The other thing that we saw in some of the polling results was that the proportion of the voters in the community who really are engaged with Cubberley and really appreciate Cubberley is a smaller percentage than we would have assumed. And why is that? Well, those who use Cubberley are passionate about it. And those who are in that South Palo Alto area are passionate about what it's lacking today, how dilapidated it is, and what it could become. And so we know that those feelings are there, but why isn't the broader community more engaged? Well, some of it is its geographic location. It's the far edge, southern edge of the city. Some of it is actually that we used to offer a lot more community service programs out of Cubberley, and having generations of parents and kids using programs there and really appreciating Cubberley. And when we began this process a year ago, we talked about nearer term measures to activate it and begin to spruce it up that were low cost things to do. And some of that is happening. But I actually think that we not only have long been overdue at having more of our programs out of Cubberley, and I appreciate there are certain challenges with doing that, but I think that is weighing down our public support, is that we don't have enough programs out of Cubberley. We have far more out of Lucy Stern area and things like that. So those are all just thoughts about whether this goes on a November 2026 ballot or a future ballot, how do we begin to have more of the community align with those in the community who use Coverly and appreciate its need and our appreciation of the need and the opportunities there? And how do we really build that support? Now, we also have these great community partners who I believe whenever we put a measure on the ballot, they're going to be evangelists on this, really valuable ones. And it's not just the ones who have been here tonight. We think about all the other users of different of our Chinese community that has very strong programs there, and all of these others. And I think we have a really big base of a foundation of community support, but we haven't yet leveraged it. The last leverage point is these great partners that we have. We really haven't, we've put it in the poll, but I doubt very many of the respondents know what we've heard tonight. That if we go forward with this, we have tens of millions of dollars of funds from community partners who will do very major upgrades to Coverly that are not on the taxpayer or the city's dime. And I think that is going to be much more powerful than it is today, because most of the community doesn't really know that's happening right now. So I'll look forward to further discussion. I just kind of wanted to put out there some of these other considerations, whether we're able to go with a measure on this year's ballot or in the future. What are our challenges and opportunities to build the support that we're going to need to be successful?
Can you bring up slide 8? And in the staff report, our consultant states that neither of these measures are viable, and we really need to translate from consultant speak to English. Viability, what they're saying is it's not a slam dunk. But when you look at this, for example, on the right-hand side, the sales tax, we only require 50%, and we're sitting at 48% right now. We're going to have to get some undecideds across there, and there's going to be a campaign. But, to me, the glass is half full, and we just have to get it 51% full. So the fact that the consultant called it viable does not mean that it's doomed. It really just means we have some work to do, but also, as the consultant or the poller said, we have now 2 high-quality tenants. We may end up with 4 or 5 anchor tenants. And these anchor tenants not only provide funds, but I think more importantly, they provide expertise. And expertise will improve the Coverly experience. And when our friends and neighbors hear from us how excited we are, and the users of Coverly tell their friends and their neighbors, I think we have a very good shot at winning this. I don't think this is not viable. I think this is viable. We just have some work to do.
All right, well, thank you very much to staff and to the ad hoc, and very much to our partners who have shown up tonight and taken the time to explain their interest and for their potential commitment. We're grateful to all of you. So let's have colleagues make any other comments that they want at this point before we go to, if you haven't spoken, before we go to public comment, and then we'll come back to the dais and talk it over a bit more. Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thanks very much. Councilmember Byrd is on the ad hoc, so I know he wasn't looking at my notes. But that's exactly where I wanted to start and stop with that striking slide. There's just a problem there. And I speculated that it's because of the week that we did the polling, which is the first week of the year, when people are just kind of getting back to work and finding their way back to the office on the freeway and sobering up or whatever. It's just, I'm wondering if that had any impact, and I'd love to get the consultants' feedback on that. To my question is also Councilmember Burt's. It just seems like a a complete outlier for a drop to happen like that. I'm not looking for good news. I just, I know a little bit about polling, and that's just sort of startling. And I want to also comment on the partnerships because, this just completely changes the landscape. This is like a team that just, found two all-stars that said yes, and they're going to come and play in our ballpark. And it is a park over there. So I think that really just changes the calculus of interest and visibility. And I think it also shows the community not only the broad support that we're getting from, extraordinarily well-known national players like our TheaterWorks friends, but it shows what some of the amenities are really going to be. I mean, that without spending a lot of money to do everything in one fell swoop, there's some amazing things that are going to happen there that haven't happened before, and we're going to keep all the good things that are there before as well. And I think the other thing is that, donors attract donors. And with this sort of, I'll call it anchor tenant, to use shopping center real estate language, or a lead donor, to use development language, that's going to attract attention. And so not only does this mean funding for a lot of this stuff, but it means that we can go to other people now, including, tech execs who would like to do things for the community and such like that, and really put together a coalition of funding to make this thing happen, to come up with the enough funding for the whole vision. So I almost don't know what we've learned because of the way this poll came out, and it all happened before we could tell anybody about these, in-process, secretive, wonderful announcements. So I just think it's a whole new day for this project. That'd be my general comments.
Other colleagues? Yeah, I think we can go ahead with general comments. So please, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, mostly I've also been just confused about the poll findings this time around. I don't understand that significant drop when at the same time it seems like we have increased support for both the sales and the parcel tax, at least up from what it was prior. So I don't really know how to kind of square those two. I wonder, our pollster on the line, you've heard our confusion. Do you have any explanation for why it might seem like support is dipping for the general support, but increasing on the actual specific identified funding mechanisms?
Yeah, Mayor, would you like for me to answer that or reply?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a couple of things that we weren't, in terms of support for the measures themselves, we were not comparing apples to apples between surveys 2 and 3. Some learnings were taken from those prior research and additional development, so that the increase in support for those measures is not necessarily just the environmental factors, but also like refined ballot language and trying to find the best way to align with voters' priorities. In terms of the drop in that one particular question, it is sometimes things happen, and other questions in there had variations that were more within consistent, standard margins of error, and that one was a little more of an outlier. I don't know I have no specific answer for that I can come up with, other than partially something could have changed, partially it could have been the time of year we did the survey, partially it could have been random variance as well. But the increase in support suggests that some of the changes that were made, the ballot language, were helpful and beneficial.
And sorry, I don't have the questions in front of me. The question where we saw that significant dip and the some need, that question didn't actually call out Cubberley, correct? But the funding mechanisms do specifically call out Cubberley?
They do. The question that everyone seems to be a little bit zeroed in on just talks about need, and I can pull that up, or maybe the staff can pull that up, but it was probably slide. I think it has a 5 in the lower right-hand corner of our slide numbering, but it may be different in yours. It's a little more generic about services and facilities that support a certain suite of things that are offered at Cubberley. It doesn't mention the name.
Yes, I'm just kind of curious if community members are less enthusiastic about supporting that kind of need just generally.
Generically.
Yeah, but when they see an actual specific opportunity, that if that support goes up.
That could very well be the case. And also in the ballot language, we talked about some of the other critical needs that are sort of beyond the service provision, but wiring and plumbing and just the real facts of it, that need to be addressed in the 70-year-old building. So I think that also probably plays a factor.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm glad we've got a fourth poll coming in the spring, and hopefully we can get be a little more kind of then specific, trying to really understand that support at the Coverly site. Otherwise, I agree with what I heard. I agree with Councilmember Rectal and trying to see this as glass half full, and I think something that might move it in that direction is this theater work partnership, which I'm really, really excited about. I do think, I think probably many members of the community might be looking at Coverly as more of a kind of a local community center, so it might not be getting as much excitement in other parts of the city. But if we have something that really draws people to the site, like a really exciting theater that's been celebrated across the country, and in fact even across the world, I think that would be a great draw, not only for the region but also for the city. And so I think if people are actually seeing Coverly and actually seeing concrete proposals of what is actually going to go there, it's getting me really excited for it. I imagine it will move the needle on the community site, and we don't really need that needle to be moved too much to be able to get past at least the 50% plus one threshold. So it's disappointing the trend, but I'm curious to see if in the next poll things bounce back a little, and as more people become aware about opportunities with different partners, I think the excitement will start to build. So excited to see the next poll, and I guess it's at that point where we make a decision if we're moving forward with it going on the November ballot. So we have to make the difficult decision then if the polling data doesn't move in that direction. So, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you, Mayor. And I agree with Councilmember Rectal and Vice Mayor Stone that we should be optimistic that persuading some percentage of undecided voters does get us over the line, at least for a sales tax. I just want to check in and make sure that we can really cover our bases on the fourth poll. We, to the extent possible, can be so specific, or we can be so specific to actually call out specific partnerships with Theater Works or the Recreation Center or any other that are sort of publicly ready to announce. And I think we should try to cover all of the bases and not just sort of run the fourth poll as business as usual, but be as specific and realistic as we possibly can. I think we have some levers as a city to potentially be more aggressive. We could push RFPs more publicly. We could be shopping this more aggressively with other nonprofit groups, with other philanthropic organizations. Right now, with all love to the associations that that have expressed interest, these associations are very much like Palo Alto insiders, with council members and commissioners and things like that on their board that are really familiar with the Coverly process. And there's a more aggressive option to really shop around for opportunities for Coverly, or there's a more aggressive option to revisit naming rights or other funding mechanisms up front so we can show voters that we're really committed to being fiscally responsible. I don't know if any measures like that would really make a difference with regards to polling, but those are some ways we can be more aggressive. And so maybe those are things we can test in a poll, because coming out of the fourth poll, we'll need to know how aggressive and concrete we can be. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. it's been good to sit here and listen to my colleagues, because while we need to really hear what is in this poll and be realistic, I think we are hearing by really trying to put it in context. And I'm heartened that there still seems to be a general drive to do this, a general keeping in our sights the potential of this project, but while being realistic about how we get there. You know, I'm going to echo a lot of what has been said. Respondents may just have tax fatigue. They just had Measure A. There's a lot of economic uncertainty right now, and we may end up with one or more other taxes on the ballot when we do it. But as some of my other colleagues have said, I do agree with Councilmember Rectal that despite all of that, we're almost halfway there. And when I look at the poll results, I agree that things that would balance off some of the concerns weren't necessarily brought out by this particular set of questions. And you know, I agree with Councilmember Lowing about, you know, the potential that tech execs or somebody might want to invest and maybe get their name on something, but help us with this. And I agree with Vice Mayor Stone that the questions that are abstract from Cubberley, that one you mentioned and actually the one above it, both of them, may not tell the whole story to voters. That would be more compelling if they really were looking at Cubberley. And so, I mean, just generally, when I look at the poll, there's the different themes, just a slide, for the positive messaging, you know, meeting standards, accountability, benefits for the school district, streets. But nowhere do I see what I think is the real question we want answered, which is, do we want to stop Cubberley from deteriorating and restore it to a condition that optimizes its use by the community? And optimizing means whatever we think. We'll sort that out later, but they need to understand that this gem is deteriorating away. And there's also, and this is not a knock, I don't know how exactly one would do it, but there's not a sense of the urgency that I think all of us feel, that this is our shot. And so I think if we look to Councilmember Liu's point in the next polling to add certainly the new partners, that's a huge factor, as most everyone has noted, but some of these other things too, that without being specific, do you want a dog park, do you want this, but generally that idea of we're restoring potential to an asset that is currently crumbling. You know, as opposed to fixing streets or making seismically whatever or avoiding risk, that doesn't grab you to pay more for. So I think we can feel that and believe that if we can somehow communicate what we're really trying to do here, that these numbers that are almost halfway there already would grow. And I also agree with the point Councilmember Burt made that there's not a lot of programs there right now where people are sort of seeing and feeling and the benefits of Cubberley, but that's in part because of its state, right? We have a little chicken and egg problem here. There's also the interesting point of, you know, should this go on the November 2026 ballot or later? I think we also want to think about, does a high turnout election help or hurt? Will this be a high turnout election because of the governor's race, but it's a non-presidential year? Like, there's a lot there that would maybe be not appropriate for a council meeting, but I think there's an awful lot of factors that will go into this. But I think, you know, now is a moment where we've put a lot of energy into this. There's been a lot of work gone into this. My instinct is to seize that moment, and I think that if we figure out how to convey some of this good news we've gotten, that those numbers will go up, and so that's an encouraging thing. And at this point, I'd like to turn to public comment.
We currently have 4 requests to speak. Would you like to set 3 minutes each?
Yes, please.
Our first speaker is Herb B., followed by Mark G.
Mayor Vinker and council members, I believe this is premature because of the process that was followed of appointing a Cubberley ad hoc committee that has the same membership as the Finance Committee. And it's as if the Finance Committee has been meeting in secret and holding meetings, including as the chair of this committee is saying, with names of organizations that they can't tell us about now. But having meetings of a committee which has a purview here, and it's talking about money, just the Finance Committee, those are supposed to be meetings that abided by the Brown Act for publicly noticed, open public meetings, and not for the committee to meeting privately with staff or, individually in a serial way with members of TheaterWorks or other organizations. And so I'm reluctant to talk about the substance of the things that council members have been talking about, as if the proposal that's come before you on the letter of intent is following the law, because to be able to have that be a valid vote, these meetings are what is essentially the Finance Committee have not been done in an open and public way. And those discussions should be memorialized, put down on paper, whether they were with staff or individual organizations or individual council members talking to members of the same organization. And we should have a meeting covered by the Brown Act that's open and public, where you'll get the opinions of the public before you make a recommendation to the council about whether they should approve the letter of intent. Now, I realize we have a new mayor, and we'll be appointing different people, perhaps at different committees, and maybe at that point there won't be this dual membership, but that doesn't cancel the fact that it's already happened, and that was already happened needs to be made public first with all that information that came from all those meetings, so that we have a valid letter of intent if that's what council chooses to approve. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark G., followed by Jennifer D.
Clerk, I think that was Mr. Goulet who spoke already. Thank you.
Thank you. Then Jennifer D., followed by John M.
Good evening, Mayor Vinker and council members. My name is Jennifer D. Brianza. I have stood here before you about Cubberley, and I'm here again. First, I want to thank you all for all of the extraordinary work you've been doing for now going on years, since several of you and I and other school board members at the time were in an ad hoc committee to get this work started. And I know that you all and your staff have done extraordinary amounts of work over the past 2 years, and we are all very grateful for you. I am here representing a group of Palo Altans who are very excited by the prospect of really upgrading Cubberley and doing some much needed work, and who have been meeting regularly for the better part of probably 6 months, really excited for this to move forward and thinking what actions can we take now, how can we support, and how can we be really ready to go, assuming you all decide to move ahead. One quick note about the polling. We agree it's surprising how different some of the numbers are, but as Madam Mayor mentioned, there's a lot of economic uncertainty right now, not just in Palo Alto, across California and across the nation, and I think people are a little bit nervous to go ahead, but the excitement around these partnerships, I think, really hits home what is possible at Coverly without a $1 billion redo, everything new, fancy, but with some investment, because as you all know, that the buildings are not doing well. Some of them are really not doing well. And part of the reason why some of the services that could be down there are not down there is because it is in no condition to hold twice as much stuff as it's holding right now. So we are very excited for you to continue to do this work. We are excited for a fourth pole. We are thrilled by the partnerships that you've already announced and potential partnerships, both to be proselytizers for Coverly, to be financial partners for Coverly, and for people to see what it really can be. So thank you. We are here with you, ready to move forward. Now more than ever, community is so important. I know you all know this. The tragedy from last week, which was only the most recent, only drives home the importance of us really making sure there are places that we can gather and connect in meaningful ways. And this is a way that long has been and can be much more so. So thank you for your work, and we look forward to continuing the partnership.
Our next speaker is John M., followed by Sonia B.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for your work on this and many other projects. I have to say, I live in South Palo Alto. It's really exciting to hear this discussion about Coverly and what it could become. The polls notwithstanding, I have to say it's really exciting, and I hope that you're bold and find a way to market this to my neighbors and our community. It's something that's long overdue. I don't use Coverly itself because it's in such poor repair. It's the people that are there they are diehards, and they deserve better in our city. I'd like to see my next door neighbors' kids ride their bikes there and not have to cross Oregon Expressway or Embarcadero Road to get up to Lucy Stern or somewhere. It's a fantastic potential. It's really exciting that the public partnerships are here. I have to say to my fellow neighbors that we should trust our city council. They know about the Brown Act. They know about ethics. They're professionals. They have great intentions for our city, and I want to support them in this effort. And the spirit of it is really exciting. We have to have something to look forward to in the city, not just another thing where we have to cut back, not just another thing where, there's trouble at the federal level, there's trouble at the state level, there's trouble at the county level. Let's do something great for our city. And there'll be kind of equity. You have to also prepare to provide services for the 6,000 people that are coming out on the San Antonio corridor. So there'll be quite an imbalance of access to resources unless there's sort of a liberalization here. So I hope you find a way to do it. And I'm really proud of all of you for making this discussion happen and for sticking with it and looking for the partnerships. And we all have to recognize that sometimes private discussions have to come first in order to make a deal. And I feel you all deserve credit for pursuing this. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Sonia B. Sonia, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah, hi. I'm Sonia Bradsky. Thank you for discussing Coverly tonight. I live next to Coverly for 29 years. I guess what I'd like to ask is we need to come up with a reasonable proposal on the ballot that people are going to be willing to approve. I helped with the library bond years ago with Allison Cormack. Initially, we asked for too much money for the libraries, and that was not approved. When we lowered the amount, then the money was approved. I went door to door to get votes for that bond measure, and now we have this beautiful Mitchell Park Community Center and library. But initially, we did ask for too much money. So I think there's going to be, an amount that people would be willing to vote for. And we do need more programming in South Palo Alto, which can happen if we have a more functional facility at Coverly. So please come up with a reasonable proposal and, for the ballot, so that we can get Coverly up and running. I know, I've gone to all these meetings and we've had all these discussions about all these wonderful things that Coverly can have. And I think it might be too much money that we're asking, whatever, that we're looking at. In Green Meadow, I live in Green Meadow, and we actually built a new building. And initially, also, we were looking at doing too many things, and we simplified it. And then we actually we came up with a plan and built a building, but we simplified it. So anyway, I'd like you to try to simplify what we're doing and get something approved so that we make the facility more functional. Anyway, thank you so much.
That concludes public comment for action item 11.
All right, thank you very much. Just for the record, I know this doesn't fully address Mr. Barak's comment, but in 2026, there will only be one member of the Finance Committee on the Coverly Ad Hoc. So I want to take us back to our staff recommendation. We've discussed the results of the poll, and so what's before us for action is to approve an LOI with Theater Works, Silicon Valley, and provide any further direction to the ad hoc that we might have. So with that in mind, colleagues, do you have further comments, questions, motions? Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and wonderful to hear from my colleagues their thoughts about this incredibly exciting, complicated project. I do have a couple of thoughts in response to what's been shared. First, to the question of the seeming anomaly of poll number 3 vis-a-vis poll number 2, it does occur to me that having been conducted January 5th through 12th, it happened to occur during a terribly tragic week in our nation. Renee Good was killed on January 7th, and in Minnesota. And as we know that news cycle lasted for days and weeks, and who knows, maybe that in some way has affected voter attitude. Who knows, but worth a thought. I agree with colleagues who have suggested that poll number 4 needs to ask specific lingering questions like, do you want to see us restore an asset that is crumbling? I think it was the mayor who put it that way, which is beautiful, or somebody else. Was it you, Mayor? Yes, okay. And it should include reference to the partnerships that are in place and perhaps allude to others that are not yet in place but in the works. And as Councilmember Burt said, it should test the voters' appetite for 2 sales taxes on the same ballot, which is very much a reality we may face. And while I am very much a glass half full person in general in life, and certainly on Coverly, like some of my colleagues have mentioned, I do think we need to simultaneously prepare for the potential of a different path to get Coverly over the finish line. So that is why I would like to see us, in our motion, encourage the city manager to approach the superintendent about the terms of the land purchase agreement, which currently contemplates a ballot measure in November passing, thus giving us the funds needed to purchase the land from the school district. We also may want to direct staff to look at alternate options for purchasing the land. Again, I'm glass half full. I expect poll 4 to come roaring back with magnificent results and people with their fists raised in the air with a heck yeah. And if it doesn't go our way, I don't want us to be blindsided and out of time. Really wanted to bring a Super Bowl analogy into this, but I've decided not to reveal how little I actually understand about the game. So, so yes, hands in the air, carrying the ball together over the goal line. But let's have that kind of second second plan in mind. So that's the direction I intend to go with a motion I'm ready to make, but others may want to say a few things before I do that.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. One, I just wanted to ask staff to remind us on the fourth poll, what has been its intended focus, which we might refine, and the timing of it, and then kind of how that would affect a timeline for this year.
Councilmember Burt, we can proceed with poll 4 as early as April. Normally, the last poll before placing a measure on the ballot, you want to do it as close to when council decides that, which would be June. But in this case, since we want to think strategically about options, I recommend that we move the poll up to at least mid to end of April.
And that would give a time if the city placed a measure on the ballot.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
But only if the city did. Yeah, okay. And then I did want to note that on slide 21, we had the negative messaging. And not uncommonly, the notion of a waste of taxpayer dollars, or put differently, how efficiently government uses taxpayer dollars, is a prime concern for voters in general. And I don't know how this compares. I don't think we have a baseline to see any trends. But I do want to note that I think that our placing among council priorities as top priority, government efficiency this year, will help really convince the electorate in general and related to this particular subject that our city government is really focusing on efficient use of taxpayer dollars. And so I think that'll be beneficial as we come forward with proposals and innovations and accountability on that. I just think that'll have a favorable impact throughout this year. Whether that coincides with the timing for a November ballot is a whole nother question, but I think we are addressing that issue, and soon our community will start to see the results of that. So and I guess the other thing I'd like to make sure we have in the polling is to see how well it resonates if we talk about the expansion of community services at Coverly and what that would mean. Additional recreation programs in addition to what all these partners would be. This is all coming together, and I don't think we've really had a fulsome explanation to the respondents of what they'll get out of this. So I just want to make sure that that's included in the next poll.
All right, thanks. Councilmember Lythcott-Haims, I don't know if you stopped midway through your thought, or I just didn't catch the end of it. Could you repeat for me what it was that you were recommending the city manager speak to the superintendent about? Because I was interested in that.
Absolutely, Mayor. So the city and the school district drew up a memorandum of understanding, I believe is what it's called, which governs our intent to purchase 7 acres of the Coverly buildings from them, assuming the ballot measure passes in November 2026. The agreement contemplates expiring in 2026. We perhaps were a little too optimistic at the front end that this would all just go so smoothly, but we want to be sure that we still have room to purchase the land from the school district if we want to, even if if there's no ballot measure or the ballot measure fails. City manager wants to speak.
I'd be happy to elaborate on that. Yes, staff has started to look at options that would allow the city to proceed with the acquisition, not improvements necessarily, but just, again, in the interest of both keeping the momentum going as well as perhaps incremental steps toward ultimately being able to make improvements at the site, to look at, again, options that would not depend on a ballot measure. So with council's direction, again, staff would continue that work with the ad hoc and bring forward some options for council consideration.
I think the mayor was asking about the superintendent, the first piece, right, which was...
Well, I'm interested in both pieces,
Okay.
actually.
So
to hear
can
a
you
little
speak
more.
to that piece as well?
Sure. I think
Potentially the contingency plans and alternative terms for acquisition from the school district.
Right. Recognizing, again, as Councilmember Lithcott-Hames pointed out, the MOU we have with the school district depends or basically assumes a ballot measure as the means by which we would acquire the property. We would need to engage the school district in any modification on those terms. So this would give us the direction to proceed with those discussions and, again, looking at options.
I see, so that's direction we could give tonight, so we have a backup plan, so as we get closer to having to decide go, no go on the ballot measure, that we could have a look at what alternatives might be in terms, okay.
Exactly, and if helpful, just to give you a little sense of what we're looking at, certainly options such as development impact fees, which we know with residential development planned around town can increase significantly, as well as other potential shifting of funds and financing through certificates of participation or other similar measures.
Thank you, that's helpful. And it makes sense to me. This is a bit of a moving target. It's a big lift it's multifaceted, it's hard to measure, and I think knowing the most we can about different ways that we could get across the goal line, that's terrific, so thank you for that. So I don't see any lights on. Yes, I'm glad, I thank you also, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, for your mention about the next poll. I did say crumbling a second time. The first time I said, do we want to stop Cubberley from deteriorating and restore it to a condition that optimizes its use? Because I think we want to get that idea of bringing this back and refurbishing and burnishing something that we valued so much in our community. So I would hope also that we could do something like that. So I'm going to go ahead and move that we approve an LOI with TheaterWorks Silicon Valley as set forth in attachment C, and that we direct staff to explore alternatives. And you can just, I can get some help with describing that, but as we discussed.
Second.
Thank you.
I've given the clerk some language that may help.
That's what I was saying, then you can do,
anticipated making a motion.
please.
Okay. What you put up there, and then I'll be happy to. So what did you say? Were you speaking, when you said as discussed, was that items 2 and 3 as we look at this?
Thank you. I think you helped prepare that ahead of time. I could have let you move, but
No worries.
appreciate the
No,
assist.
appreciate the support. I wonder if you might have room to, for a friendly amendment that I've just been contemplating. I'm not sure whether we need this, so do we need to direct staff to craft poll 4 in accordance with council's concerns expressed tonight? Would that be helpful, or is it assumed that that feedback has already been received?
So previously, we've just gone with the assumption that staff have heard the concerns and will proceed with the poll. So I don't think you have to take specific action on it.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Burt. Oh, I thought you were contemplating, okay. It was his knee. All right, there's no discussion on the motion, so I think, Madam Clerk, you can go ahead and call the roll.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Rechtel,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, staff. Thank you, partners. Thank you, public, for commenting. And thank you, Ad hoc Committee, for getting us here. So we will close that issue. Since we are another half hour ahead, I'm going to take the liberty as chair of calling a 5-minute break. All right, I'm going to call us back to order, and we can take up item 12, our last action item. Review and approval of suggested changes to the City Council Procedures and Protocols Handbook, otherwise known as Vice Mayor Stone's favorite item of the year. And with that, I will turn it over to Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. What an introduction. So the item that is before you today, just as a reminder, the council made a decision at the end of 2025 to review your procedures and protocols handbook every other year. Going forward, considering the extensive amount of work that you did on the handbook in 2023 and 2024. So we are in that cycle right now where we're reviewing it this year, and then it would not come back to council for 2 years, about a year and a half. Okay, so just to highlight the things that'll be before you today, there's actually 3 items for the City Council to discuss, broadly speaking, and I'll refer to packet pages just to make sure that folks can easily follow along. The first is review of the policy and services recommendations from the December 9th meeting. These are on packet page 225. I'll run through them in a second. The second is if the council wanted to further consider any of the items in attachment B, which is on packet page 291 and 292. And these are items that do not have specific recommendations at this time from P&S, but there may be interest in elevating any of those and further discussing them. And the third topic is actually related to the policy and services recommendation from January 14th, 2026, and this is on packet page 339, and this relates to board and commission member or board and commissions conversations with the City Council. So we gave that to you as a supplemental memo at the end of last week because we know that there was a little bit of discussion at last week's council meeting about just the frequency at which board and commission work plans and conversations are brought to council. So because it could impact the handbook, we went ahead and did a supplemental and included it today. So very briefly, I will, if you would like me to go through those, Madam Mayor. Okay. Very briefly, we'll go through them on packet page 225. The 4 items that Policy and Services Committee recommended that the council take action on are Brown Act amendments, which relates to Senate Bill 707, and our clerk's office can answer any questions that come up about that. The second one is on proclamations. The City Council previously gave us direction on this in 2023. We were able to put some language together, and that is the language that is proposed for adoption today. The third item relates to the consent calendar, that if an item is pulled from consent, that council could hear it first, or hear it as the first action item for brief discussion limited to 10 minutes at the meeting if it's feasible, and continue it to another meeting if it's not resolved within those 10 minutes. The Policy and Services Committee thought that that would be a good opportunity to just answer some of the quick questions that may come up about a consent item without it needing to be put on a future agenda as a larger agenda item to sort of help with the council's agenda load. Lastly, item 4 on packet page 225 is the mayor and vice mayor additional compensation section that we propose, or Policy and Services Committee proposed to update this language to remove this section from the handbook, given that the city council member compensation is already at the highest authorized level according to state law. And so there's not an additional compensation that is currently available to the mayor and vice mayor. So those are the 4 items that came as a recommendation from Policy and Services Committee. And again, I'll refer to attachment B that has other suggestions that don't have specific recommendations from P&S at this time. I'll give it back to Mayor Vinker, who was Chair Vinker at the time in which this went to Policy and Services Committee.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, so I think there were 6 items that came out of that that we recommended, 2 that we dealt with in December, and the 4 tonight. And then others that are still up for discussion. One thing I wanted to mention that was noted in the staff report with respect to council compensation, which is that we had agreed at the time we last addressed compensation, to appoint a committee to review if they had other recommendations about council comp, and each of us was supposed to appoint someone, and we didn't. It's really on council that we didn't do that. And I wanted to comment, I think it's because it's awkward for each of us to appoint someone, so I would also be interested tonight in colleagues' thoughts on how we could still go about constituting such a committee to follow up on that resolution of, 2024, I think it must have been. Was it? Because I don't think it was just last year.
It wasn't, it was 24.
Yeah, and because I think that would be interesting, and I don't know if there could be some sort of application process. We approve a final list. I think the number of people on that committee is flexible. It doesn't have to be 7, one from each of us, but I would like some thoughts on that if there's interest in still constituting that. But the reason that ball was dropped was not staff, it was us. So if we've changed our minds, that's fine too, but we should probably just close that loop one way or another. I also wanted to, so as the deputy city manager mentioned, for consent, sometimes if there's something that is pulled, now our current practice is to move it to a future agenda. And the thought there was that sometimes there's small items that could be discussed upon pulling, some questions answered, and then the matter can be resolved within 10 minutes or less. Other times not. Other times it'll require a full conversation and later. But we wanted to give ourselves that chance to see if a matter could be resolved more quickly and more flexibly. I think most of the others that we recommended are pretty self-explanatory. I did want to also note, as the deputy city manager did, that while this recommendation comes to council on the unanimous vote of the P&S committee, there were comments from colleagues not on the committee that we thought they might want to address and explain more fully to us for consideration. So that's why we wanted to bring it here tonight, so that there could be that opportunity, so we could consider those. And so one, I think Councilmember Lowing, you just had one, and I don't know if you want to address that or not. It was a mayor can serve multiple terms, including consecutive terms. We didn't really discuss it, and frankly, as vice mayor, I found it awkward to participate in that discussion, so I don't know if you want to talk about it tonight or not, but if you...
Yeah, no, I have some notes on that general area.
I'll give you that opportunity, and then we can move on. We'll move on after that. Go ahead.
Did you want to move on to the specific language of consent calendar, or we're going to get to that in a moment?
Oh, we can come back to these in any order. I was just giving you an opportunity to talk.
I can go in any order too, if you want. If you want to do the stuff that, I was thinking we'd do the stuff that you've already opined on, and then I'd be introducing a new one if we had time.
We can do that, but if we're going to start making motions, then we should probably hear from the public. And so, yeah, I'm aware of that. I just was trying to see if we wanted to get everything out for their consideration.
Whichever you like.
Oh, let's go ahead and do public comment. I don't know how many people are fascinated by the P&P, but hopefully a few.
We currently have one request to speak. Our first speaker is Herb B.
Great, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Vinca. My only comment is related to the same one I had on the previous agenda item in terms of number of committees where you would have same of 3-member committees, which is the most you could have on a committee, and that's not a quorum of the council, and that is of having 2 members serve together on more than one of those committees. Now, I realize that in some cases, say if there were ad hoc committees, some of them might not be subject to the Brown Act, but I think just to be on the safe side, that it should apply to all council committees. And until I had not done the calculation for the number of unique two-member serving on a committee, I had the number for what essentially a two-member committee. There could be 21, but on a three-member committee, there are three possible combinations of two. So 7 committees will get all the 21 possible combinations of two members serving together on a committee. The other reason why I had the number 7 was that I saw in the past that we've had multiple occasions where the same council member will be chair of several committees. And I thought it would be worthwhile that the limit on the number of committees would be to limit each council member to 1 chair position. And you may have less than that number of committees, especially since during the year you may be adding ad hoc committees. And in terms of replacements, so you've had in the past in the rules that if there's an absent or conflicted member, well, the mayor or vice mayor could substitute. And I don't think there should be those kinds of substitutions. That if we have a situation where someone repeatedly can't attend the committee meetings because they're conflicted or they don't come to the meetings, we have the same situation you have with boards and commissions where you get their attendance records, and here it will be the public eventually will make that decision based upon that. And the other thing I realized that if you had two members of a 3-member committee present, it would be nice to have one of them be the presiding officer if the missing person is the chair. So in that case, for the sole purpose of knowing which is the presiding officer, to be a vice chair. And again, the same thing, one of each. And this is just sort of an insurance thing for nobody coming up, as I did on the previous item, and saying that you've done something wrong because you've had multiple combinations of council members appearing in 2 different committees. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on item 12.
All right, thank you. Well, we can maybe Councilmember Lowing, if you'll let me go back, and we can go ahead and go through the 4 recommendations and then move on to the additional ones. That seems like a good suggestion. So I guess, colleagues, I would invite you, if you have comments on the recommended revisions on pages, it looks like 225 and 226. Is that right? Yeah. Councilmember Burt, is that for, I don't know if the light was for this. Yeah.
No, my light was to discuss the other potential changes that I'd like to bring forward.
Sure, and happy to do that. Do you want to speak to this first now or hold? Okay. Anybody else? I wonder if it makes sense to even do some motions as we go and get things out of the way.
Yes, in prior times going through the handbook, that's been very helpful so that we can sort of knock them out. So if there's interest in moving the policy and services recommendation on those 4 items, that maybe would be a good starting motion.
Great. Okay. Vice Mayor. Oh.
So just one question before I have a motion, but sorry. Recommendation 1, that includes, does that include the updates to I guess the allowance of how many meetings that council members are able to miss? Or sorry, not miss, but be remote.
Hi, Vice Mayor Stone, I can answer that. These changes, no. There is, however, additional Brown Act changes that will take effect in July 1st of 2026, and those will modify the frequency. And those changes are one of several things that our office will be discussing at tomorrow night's Policy and Services Committee. So the changes here tonight will not change the frequency of meetings, but there will be changes in the coming months due to new state legislation.
And Christine, can you just quick summarize the few items that would be included in tonight's motion?
Yes, so tonight's motion involves alternative teleconferencing. That is when a member of a legislative body participates remotely without noticing their location on an agenda or making that location open to the public. This is the COVID-era rules that allowed you to do just cause or emergency circumstances teleconferencing, sometimes also referred to as AB 2449. So tonight's changes extends the expiration date for that type of teleconferencing to 2030. It removes the procedural differences between just cause and emergency circumstances. It expands the definition of just cause to include certain military service obligations, and it requires meeting minutes to identify the specific provision a member relies on to participate remotely.
Great, thank you. And sorry, I'm trying to just look for it. The remote meetings allowed up to 5 meetings for the full city council, 5
Packet
meetings
page
for finance.
242.
For 242. Is that a part of this recommendation?
The 5 meetings per year is an internal limit that the city council voted on. There is a different limit for the Brown Act.
So that's not a part of these recommendations?
Correct.
Okay, sounds good, perfect. Then I'll have some comments on that when we get to that, but for now, I'll move the 4 recommendations that came out of PNS.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. I don't know whether the lights are for this or for something else. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, I think yours came on.
I had a similar concern to the vice mayor. The questions about the frequency seems off, but I understand we're not talking about that tonight.
Mine was on this.
Same thing?
No.
Okay, but just on Councilmember Lithcott-Hames' point, I was just going to ask, those are ones we've voted on previously, right? That's just the red line showing it. And I believe it moved up to 5, the ability to use that for council meetings, and then I think it was also, I don't have it in front of me, 5 for finance and 3 for others. 2 for others. Yeah, that was it. And I thought that I would actually, and I think we could do this tonight. I'd love to see that one go to 3, because I don't think it should be less than half of finance for things like PNS, especially now that PNS is meeting more. Is there any reason we can't do that tonight? We can offer a friendly amendment.
I mean, I definitely support that, just it doesn't seem like that would be included in this motion, but I don't see why actually we couldn't just add that in addition to those 4 to make that change.
Yeah, it's just part of the just cause teleconferencing amendments. It would be an additional amendment to that, but do you not like that?
I mean,
I am struggling with why finance is, I guess it's because it meets twice as often as the other committees. Is that why it's got a provision for 5 and the other committees are 2 right now, or maybe 3?
To the best of my recollection, that's why we did it, but it still seems disproportionately different, the 5 and the 2. And so I was going to suggest we at least go to 3. I think it meets twice a month, whereas most meet once a month.
Yeah, so I'd certainly be in favor of increasing the number beyond 2.
I agree. I don't see why it would be, and I don't see why finance would be the same as city council. I also found that to be odd, but I also don't feel the need to start changing everything here. So I'd be fine with 3 for the others.
Ditto. Thank you. Thank you. I guess we have to ask the seconder. I was thinking.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Lowing. Patience.
I had a follow-up question on that. On the 5 meetings per year, is that regardless of whether you agendize it or not, or is that just if you do just cause?
I'm not sure if you mean agendized, but you mean there's an alternate meeting and what is it, a standard exception they call it now?
Yeah, so if you put your location in the agenda, that's one type of.
Oh, I see what you mean.
And if you just, one type of notice.
I don't think it applies to that.
Okay, is there a limit on that, or?
I used to know. I can
And
look.
I apologize, I was incorrect earlier. The change to the limits is one of the changes that takes effect in January, not in July. So the limit is based on how frequently the meeting body meets every month. So that's why finance is 5 rather than 2. Yes, this is SB 707.
So if it's over a certain threshold? Because finance meets half as much as council on average.
So it is, sorry, I'm looking at the code. If the legislative body regularly meets once a month or less, the limit is 2 meetings per year. If the legislative body regularly meets twice a month, the limit is 5 meetings per year. And if it meets 3 or more times per month, the limit is 7. So the Brown Act limit for City Council is 7. However, the City Council has previously set an internal limit of 5.
I see. So we can't change the other committees to 3.
You could change finance to 3. The Brown Act allows Finance Committee to meet up to 5 times per year.
Yeah, I wasn't positing changing finance, it was just the other committees, and I think that was at 2, is that correct?
Yes, so policy and services, because it meets once a month or less, the limit is 2 meetings per year.
May I speak?
It's been once a month or less by default, but we've been meeting a lot more than that. I don't know how that affects.
Yeah, as of the set meeting schedule, that one is set for once a month, but the committee has done more frequent meetings. I believe the P&P states that one as the once per month as that time.
Okay, well, then I won't mess with it. Councilmember Burt, did you want to address this?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I just want to clarify for everybody, we can set restrictions that are more restrictive than state law. So we can set our own, so that's.
Yeah, that's for this 5 and 7,
Yeah.
but that's not the 3
Yeah,
and 2.
So I just want to make sure everybody was clear on that. And then I would say that I don't have any problem with being more restrictive. We generally have good attendance. I don't know the last time I ever missed a finance committee meeting, and I think that us going to 5, 3, and 2 or whatever is fine. So I just want to say that more restrictive is fine with me.
Thank you. So right now, just to be clear, City Council's 5, Finance is 5, and other committees is 2. I was asking that we move it to 3. My colleagues politely agreed, but I think we cannot because state law says it's 2. So I will withdraw my request, and I don't know that I have to do anything else but that. Okay. All right. Sorry, I thought we could.
I'm sorry, you said, what was the last thing you said about state law is what?
Well, I believe for other committees that meet once a month or less, such as P&S, the limit is 2 meetings per year, as is currently in the revisions. I was asking it to go to 3 because I didn't
see.
know that there
That
was
one.
state law. There is, I can't, they won't.
So we could go to 5, 3, and 2, though? Yes.
We could, but I don't know that that's been, if you want to make a friendly amendment and ask the mover and seconder.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and recommend that we allow 5 council meetings, 3 finance, 2 other committee meetings. That makes it more equalized than it is now.
Yeah, but I mean, it's fine with me.
It's fine with me as well.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know that we've ever used them for that much, so, okay. Councilmember.
Madam Mayor, so just.
Hang in there. Yes, City Attorney.
And then I think we had a second part of Councilmember Rectal's question, which is, what does this limit apply to? And this is only for the just cause type meetings where you do not separately provide that alternate location on the agenda. So if you have pre-planned travel and know that you're going to be participating from a hotel in someplace else, and you know that in advance, and you let the clerk know and she provides that information on the agenda, that participation would not count toward this limit.
But you can still always agendize it. Councilmember Lowing.
Okay, to remind us all, we're still voting, we're voting on all these first four
He's been
together,
on for
correct?
10 minutes, sorry.
Is that correct, Mayor?
I'm sorry.
We're doing all four of these together. So, because my question's on, my question's on the consent item, which is the third one there.
Yes, sir.
Handling of pulled consent calendar items.
Yes.
Does this new language under 3.8F, where it says, if feasible, which I don't know what that means, a removed item will be heard as the first action item of the same meeting for a brief discussion limited to 10 minutes. Removed item will be agendized for subsequent meeting if it's not resolved within that time frame.
So what is your question about that?
So my question is, does that cover, I think it does, but does that cover, I want to talk about why I'm wanting to object to it. And then in the next 2 minutes, the person understands and says, oh, I don't need to do that anymore.
So it does not, that is part of what Councilmember Burt's was on his list. I see, and he can talk to you later. We could do it right now and wrap it in, which might make more sense. So I'm happy if you want to talk about that.
That's why I was bringing it up now. So
Sure.
I think one of the goals was that it could be really efficient if we just say, here's why I'm voting no on it. Is that correct? And you get a statement from staff or a colleague of, no, that's not correct. Here's what we mean. Or it could also be, here's why I'm doing it. And someone say, well, you don't know this yet, but it's coming up in 4 meetings from now, so we don't have to do it. That would be a way to really compress it, so.
So I think you're offering a friendly amendment to the maker and seconder?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to do. So, but I first had to understand this
right,
and get it translated. If you already have language for that, you can put that in, sure.
Sure.
Yeah, so under packet page 291, you can see the fourth bullet was on this subject. There were really 2 parts. Right now, we only allow someone to speak on why they voted against a consent item, but not why they want to pull it. And the intention wasn't to get into a soliloquy on the merits of it, but simply why they wanted to pull it. So limiting it to just 1 minute, but also we don't want a long speech on why you voted no either. So to limit that time frame, I suggested 3 minutes, but whatever is the druthers of colleagues. So I would move that we add to the item that we're voting on regarding consent calendar, that council members be allowed to speak for 1 minute on why they recommend pulling an item. And second, to limit council member time to speaking on their no votes to a total of 3 minutes for all their no votes combined.
Mover? I like it, actually.
So, Councilmember Lowing, was that the kind of the language that you were looking, that you would want then?
Yeah, I want the council member to be able to pull the poll after they hear what the problem was.
Gotcha. Okay. It's fine with me.
I think that's also fine for me. We did briefly talk about this in policy and services. But then when the council member can speak for a minute about why they recommend pulling the item, will anyone be able to respond from staff or anyone else? Would that just be through the mayor's prerogative that other people could briefly comment?
Well, I think they would need information if we're trying to say to the person who pulled, we don't need to pull this because it's going to be in the agenda 4 weeks from now, or that's not the correct reading or something like that.
Right, so you'd allow someone 1 minute to say why they recommend pulling it, and then through the mayor's prerogative, someone could interject briefly and explain why they don't need to pull it, and then they don't end up pulling it. Okay,
Well, as the maker of the amendment, the intention was to not get into a council debate on whether to poll, and simply allow a brief statement on, I wish to poll for this reason. I think I watched the Policy and Services Committee, and I think the city manager had a concern that if there's an occasion where there was a factual error, he would want to be able to just correct that. We haven't had that in the last year or more, and council members been responsible on those things, but I wouldn't have any problem with including that the city manager would have the prerogative to clarify any factual errors. That's no problem. I think that'd be very rare, but if needed.
If I could.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Are you good with that? Or do you want more? Do you want to hear from a colleague before you decide? Okay, please.
We did see that in the Fry site. I wanted to pull that, and the city manager got back to me and said, no, that's something we can fix later. And so by him telling me that, I didn't have to pull it. And so the same thing, if I would have tried to pull that in real time, he could have said, no, we can take care of that later. And I said, okay, then I'm dropping my poll.
So let me just jump in here. So it's a little bit six one way, half dozen another. We can do both, belt and suspenders. That was kind of the idea of, so I like the 1 minute, somebody can say, here's why I want to pull it, that gets traction with other people or not. The idea of having that 10 minutes was so that then pretty quickly, if it is just a misunderstanding or something's coming or there was an error or there's some reason that, oh, I don't need to have this whole thing heard, we could figure that out with perhaps some other council members asking. And I've seen that happen time and time again on the Air District where we just are able to dispense with something usually in 3 minutes on average, sometimes 2, sometimes 5. I've never seen it go more than 5. And it's really effective because then people feel like, okay, I was heard, I could ask a couple questions, it might spur maybe one other question from someone else, and then we vote and we're done. But I do kind of like the addition of the 1 minute, here's why, because here, unlike there, you need other people to pull it with you. There, it only takes one person. So I think that if we do the 1 minute as proposed and the maker and seconder agreed, I think the only question then is, do we want to have an option for a 1 minute staff response before we move on? So, City Manager.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate, and in fact, I can understand the attractiveness of this. I do want to note that this gets away from the current protocol, which would have those questions submitted in advance of the meeting. So it does somewhat change the dynamic a bit if instead of questions that are identified prior to the meeting, again, it's typically the Wednesday prior to your Monday meeting, that it will create a bit of a necessity for staff to be on standby during the discussion of consent in ways that have really not been our practice. So I would just raise that as you're thinking about how this might work.
I think that the thing there is that that's the risk we take if we don't come to you ahead of time. If you're not prepared and can't act because of us, then we may need to continue it. So.
And we all lose.
Right, but at least
that.
at least we have the chance of winning here. Yes. Councilmember Byrd.
Yeah, just to clarify, there's nothing in this language and it's not the intent to replace that practice. So it would still be the practice as is in the protocols that we are requested to submit our questions by the Wednesday beforehand. So this would not replace that.
Councilmember Rectal, I don't know if is that a new light or an old light?
Just the one situation where I think this works really well is if you ask someone, hey, I want to pull this, and they say no, you're stuck because of the Brown Act. You can't get your 3 to pull it. And so this allows someone to say, hey, I have this problem, and there might be 3 or 4 other people that agree with you, but because of the Brown Act, you couldn't have talked to them, so.
Anything else on this one? I think we may be ready to vote on those first 4. Oh, Deputy City Manager.
Thank you. Well, the motion's on the screen. I will read it and then see if I still have a question.
If I'll just note that the 1 minute should be a separate sentence. It's not the and to, it's not necessarily the same council member who would be speaking to poll. Just some, yeah, great.
If I may ask one clarification question, the item 2 that's listed here would be in addition to the consent language that came out of Policy and Services Committee. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So we will be allowing council members to speak for 1 minute on why they want to pull an item. Council members may speak to their no vote for a total of 3 minutes, which is really just updating existing language in the procedures and protocols. And then we would also be allowing for, if an item is pulled, that we can hear it first, have a 10-minute conversation, and if that conversation cannot resolve that item to be approved that day, that then we will put it on a future agenda. Is that the intent of the combination of those two things?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Okay, no lights, let's vote.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Rechtel?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And if I can add one thing, as we have done previously with the procedures and protocols, we'll actually write the language and make sure that we bring you a clean copy. It's better that we do that offline and we can see where things fit instead of trying to do that in the moment. So just wanted to say that for the record so the folks will know this isn't the final language.
All right, thank you. And thank you for the red line and work to get it to us tonight. Okay, Councilmember Lowing, did you want to speak to your suggestion?
No.
Okay. So Councilmember Burt, do you want to speak to any of yours?
Thanks. So first, just to say at an overview level, as Chantel mentioned, we're now in a mode of only updating these every other year. And as we've done this in the past, and I've done this for a good number of years, get to the end of the year and go, what were those changes I thought I should have suggested? And so this year, because I knew we were only going to do it every other year, I went out of my way to keep notes throughout the year. And so I had a list at the end. And so I, whether colleagues agree with all of them, I thought they were all things that were worthy of serious consideration. I watched the P&S committee, and P&S had a full agenda that night. And I was really actually very disappointed. The recommendations from staff were presented in full. The recommendation from Councilmember Lowing was, and then when it went through the ones that I had, they were started to be presented and then just skipped over. And I watched the colleagues and they had to pause and read them in real time. And so it just really didn't get the thoughtful consideration. When we refer something to a committee on our behalf, we've got to really be counting that our input is going to be thoughtfully and seriously considered. So having said that, the first one had to do with study sessions. And on a number of the regional bodies that I serve on, one of the things that they do is that even when there's going to be a study session, they will agendize it, or at least have the prerogative to agendize it so that action could be taken. When we get into study sessions and we might actually be moving toward guidance to staff, all they can do is get a sense of us. We can't even really give stronger than that. So this would allow the mayor and the vice mayor, when they do agenda setting, and the city manager, to say, okay, that's primarily a study session, but we should go ahead and call it an action item in case the council wants to give direction. That was the intent of that. So I don't know whether I should put these out for vote individually or as a group.
maybe if there's some way to even chunk them into 2 or 3 at a time, you can do it either in order, or if there's one you have higher priorities on.
I'm not sure, I haven't.
Well, then we can do them one at a time, if that's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay. All right, so I would just put that out that allow for, this motion, allow for study sessions to be agendized as action items to allow for the possibility of council direction.
So I would ask for further clarification, because this is one that I honestly didn't and don't understand. We can always agendize something as an action item. Are you suggesting that it could be changed?
I'm saying that.
Subsequent to the agenda being?
No. I'm saying that when we have what we intend to have as a study session, that in the agenda planning, that we allow for, and we're giving this guidance, to think about whether it should also be agendized as an action item if there is a possibility that the council is going to want to give a vote-based guidance.
Yeah. So I'm happy to go with what the majority thinks. This is one where I'm assuming that's current practice. With what I've seen it is, I didn't think it needed to be expressly spelled out. And I would just say, as I have the floor at the moment, that appearances can be deceiving. I had read every one of your things. I had thought about it. I had considered it. I had talked with staff about it and decided that in many instances it was already in the P&P. I am totally open to other judgments, other views. That is fine. But the reading there could have been a rereading to see if I wanted to change my mind. I don't remember now, but I do know I had actually had conversations ahead of time. So I just don't want you to feel that from all of us. I can only speak for myself, that they were not, there was no thought given to it. I do recall that you're correct. We did not march through all of them. We'd had well, I'll just leave it there. But on this one, I'll leave it to others if they would like to pick this up. Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Stone?
Thank you. I mean, I agree, we can always just agendize something as an action item. I think there is benefit of having a study session that is truly a study session. I've had many conversations with members of the public in the past, or others who might be concerned if we're taking a vote or not, and there is a kind of, I think, a particular benefit to having something truly as a study session, that we're not rushing our decisions, that we are really contemplating and coming back to it for a full action. I think that also signals to the community whether it is the right time to really advocate because they know we're going to be taking a vote, or if it's time to be able to just provide us information. So I think I think our current protocol gives us that flexibility, and if we can always treat an action item as a study session. We can always go through it and at the end say, we're not ready to take a decision. So I also reviewed this prior to PNS and just didn't think this was one that I would support.
Councilmember Liu.
I have nothing else to add. I think there's some examples or precedents of this. One example is potentially the Cubberley item today that we did approve a letter of intent, which is a more substantive action. I think there's always the option that a Cubberley update be a study session or an action item. In this case, it was an action item.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I tend to agree with the Vice Mayor. A study session signals to the public that it's a step in the process to gather their input and council member input. And in some cases, it signals that we're not going to rush through this thing. So I'm pretty comfortable the way this one is.
So I'm fine with withdrawing that motion.
Okay, do you want to continue on?
Yep. Now, I had a group that are not really probably council protocol, so I want to ask, there are a number of things on board and commission, so the second bullet. And what's the proper venue for us to update the board and commission manual.
So I'll offer something, and if Christine wants to tag on to that as well, I know she's multitasking here. The Board and Commission Handbook has been adopted by the City Council, and so, for example, one of the other policy and services recommendations is making a suggested change to that, so we were bringing that to Council for approval. I believe there are some small things that we have been able to administratively change in the Board and Commission Handbook, but if it were a larger item, we've just been in the habit in recent years of bringing those to Council. But
So I have some here. What would be the right forum to be able to submit these?
I think since they're on the list, if there's agreement on it, then we can figure out if that's your handbook or the Board and Commission handbook. So I think we can just discuss them today if that's of interest to the
All right,
council.
so there were three things. One, I've seen that depending on the Board or Commission, there may be really very little familiarity with how to properly make motions, and so some form of training on that. Second, now that we have really much improved AI-based transcription services, whether we should be looking at verbatim minutes for PTC and UAC, which I think at one time we had, and we said it's a lot of expense, and now that expense may not be there, and so not necessarily to act on this tonight, but to request that that be reviewed and come back to us for consideration. And then the last thing, over the years, I've had members of the public really ask, do I have to be a citizen to be on the Board or Commission? And I've had people say, oh yeah, it's clear. And I go, clear which way? I don't even know. And I can't find it anywhere. And so that was the third one. And at first, I guess I'm asking for a clarification. What is our requirement? And whatever the answer is, then we may want to either, is it by law or just by policy? And then we can decide what we think is appropriate.
I do not know the answer to that in this moment. I'll check with my colleagues, but if there's a...
Yeah, let's just treat that as a referral to staff to look into and report back to the council.
Okay.
I think really on all three, and as a practical matter, on the first bullet, I think we can just ensure that that happens as a part of the Board and Commission orientation. But also on the second, I know this actually came up at UAC last week, and so I think this is something that staff will want to look at and give council a recommendation.
So do you need a motion on these, or you're going to take them and incorporate it as you?
Perhaps just in the interest of ensuring our record is complete, let's treat this as a referral to staff.
Okay.
To review and report back.
Okay.
The city clerk could note that.
So I would move that we refer these three to staff for consideration and reporting back to council.
I'll second. Councilmember Ekdahl, do you want to address that?
Two things. When I was on PTC, I used verbatim minutes a lot because you'd come back and like 6 months ago we did this, and I could pull it up and find exactly this phrase I wanted in a matter of seconds. It was wonderful. And the second thing is, instead of saying citizen, can you say Palo Alto resident? Is that more clear?
Well, the question is whether it's required to be a citizen or a Palo Alto resident.
U.S. citizen.
Yeah. Yeah. And we actually have some Board and Commission positions that are not required to be Palo Alto residents or all of them.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I misunderstood that.
So, Councilmember Burt, I do actually have an answer to that specific question. The code is silent on board and commission members, but it does require, but the charter does speak to council members being electors and residents of the cities. Elector means a registered voter, or eligible voter.
So we're silent on it?
U.S. citizenship. So the code does not specify one way or the other on the citizenship status of a appointed board or commission member.
So my personal preference would be that they be Palo Alto residents where not otherwise specifically allowed to be a non-resident, but citizenship not be required to serve on a board and commission.
I would agree to that. But I think, so right now, though, we have a referral to staff to clarify. So now I think you're making a different motion to.
Yeah, now that we got some form of clarification, I guess number 3 would be return with language clarifying that U.S. citizenship is not a requirement to serve on a board or commission.
And so because the code is currently, the code doesn't currently say that it is required or not, is the idea not to discourage folks who aren't citizens from applying for, okay.
Yeah, right now, I think the ambiguity discourages people. Over the years, I've heard people assume that they could not serve because they were not U.S. citizens.
So it's not a substantive change to the code, and it's just a clarification.
And I would add that we've had some who are not citizens who have served admirably, and we'd want to make sure we continue to have that.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Liu,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Rechtel,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Vinker.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thanks. The next one had to do with city council member comments. And, you know, it was a year or so ago that we moved this from the tail end of the meeting to the front end because we thought that, frankly, the tail end of the meeting, nobody's around and nobody hears them. And there are times where council members want to be able to report back on something substantive. A lot of the discussion was, well, we represent the council on different regional bodies and make sure of that, but not restricted to that. What we've gradually seen is the length of council member comments and the subject matter that's being shared has drifted well beyond what was that original discussion. And I think that we kind of need to try to set some boundaries, even if they're not explicit necessarily. So one question would be, do we simply put a time limit? And we can be as concise as we need to be to fit in that time limit. Whether we should have some additional guidance that it should be limited to city government-related matters, not anything that is of civic interest or even personal or political interest. And lastly, that we want to make sure that we're avoiding using that for making political comments. So those are 3 areas that I would recommend we put some more meat on the bone on what the council comments are about.
If I could just add in very briefly, this is in section 3.6 of the procedures portion of it, and there's language right now that says council member questions, comments, and announcements are limited to 3 minutes per council member, and that the agenda item will generally last up to 15 minutes, and the public may not comment. So just wanted to state that that's in there.
So it's just a matter we aren't following it. Okay. So, that was added as a red line.
The 3 minutes per council member was added as a red line, but the 15 minutes was already there.
Okay, thank you.
So, lights?
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I was going to make that same motion, but point out that I don't think 3 minutes works. I don't think it's practical, even if you shrink it like that. Sometimes those even include ad hoc committee report outs, which it's just impossible. And there's maybe some informal way that we carve out the mayor because, you know, she'll have things to say that are not specifically this, that are more for general consumption. But I just don't think it can work at 3.6 minutes. I'm sorry, 3.3 minutes. I mean, we can have it there, but we're going to have to be trying to get there and not being mad if we don't get there. So I'm okay with the language. I'm just predicting that it's going to be really hard to stay at 3. But the way to do that is what you described, is to condense the number of things we discuss. So if we're doing no motion on that, then I'm done.
Councilmember Liu.
Well, I think the handbook is not the law, so aspirationally saying 3 minutes is probably okay. And having some fungibility for the mayor, I think also makes sense. I was unclear on this one where we draw the line on personal or political comments. Does political mostly refer to electoral or campaigning, or does it refer to bigger picture political statements about the state, country, so on?
So the intent, and once again, these are guidelines. They're not going to be able to have precise boundaries, but it's attempting to give us guidelines that we shouldn't be using council member comments to talk about our personal political viewpoints on a variety of levels. It's a reporting out is what it's supposed to be. And so that's what the intention was, is to make sure that we're focusing on reporting out of substantive information as opposed to opinions, for instance.
So on the city government related matters, I think you addressed this, but I want to clarify to make sure I recollect. That would include, when appropriate, regional body acts relevant to the city government?
Yes, that's the intention, and yeah.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm interested in the efficiency and clarity. I will say I'm the liaison to the PRC, which meets monthly, and we typically have met 3 times between their meetings. And I always look back at our agendas and see what did we do that might be of interest and concern to them, and I report out on it. And I might forecast looking ahead a meeting to let them know what's coming. And I think that takes longer than 3 minutes. It might take 5. But the feedback I've gotten from them consistently is we really appreciate that you're connecting, you're telling us what's up with council. I think they're not all watching our meetings all the time. And I know. And so they've let me know that they appreciate it. And so I'm doing it to create greater coherence. The more people are aware of what's going on, I think the better we can all serve. And I think it's also a way to show them that they're valued by connecting, by sharing information. I'm not sharing anything private. I'm just sharing what we did and, what we grapple with, Parks and Rec, to be able to say, turf versus natural grass, or pickleball versus tennis, and Cubberley, thank you for doing the work you're doing, and we're about to take it up, or we took it up and we agreed with you, So I think 3 is a little short. I'd rather set a limit that I know I can abide by, and for me, I think that would be 5 minutes. I think I'm routinely under 5 minutes, but not under 3.
Can I say I'm fine with that amendment, and I think that example is a good one of the very sort of thing that's reporting out.
So I like where this is going. I think one of the things that I've been thinking about recently is if there are, for some reason that night, a few things that I feel should be shared with the community, and when I realize it's going to be long, I might go to one of you and say, hey, you were at the fire department pinning, could you mention that? Because things like that I think are important to acknowledge. Or tonight, when I realized it was going to be lengthier about an important report out on the issue of appointing the ad hoc, I crossed off one I had about another city-related event. So I think this could encourage us to be thoughtful like that. I think also another thing to do that could help us is to check the city manager's slides, because sometimes we steal his thunder. and that ends up being duplicate time spent. So I think if we think about how we can spread the air, share the air with the colleagues and the city manager as well, it would help. And if your colleague says, I don't think that's worth reporting, then we ought to take that to heart as well. Okay, so do we want, so we have in the guidelines right now a 3 minutes. Do you want to make that as a motion then?
I would move that we amend that to 5 minutes.
Second.
All right. Okay.
Did the motion, I don't know what was captured on my other bullets. Okay. Yeah, that looks fine.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Liu,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
No.
Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, do you want to carry on?
Yep. The next one was, I'm sorry.
To speak to his no vote.
And Councilmember, Vice Mayor Stone as
And
well.
Vice Mayor Stone.
I just think that 2 and 3 are difficult to articulate in the procedures and protocols, and potentially more confusing, but really like 1.
Okay, the Vice Mayor is passing on that. Okay. Councilmember Burt.
Okay. The next one on just this clarification on our policy on taking up new items after 10, and I'm trying to remember where in our manual we already speak to this.
We'll find the section. Keep going.
Okay, well, the intent was just to clarify what I don't think it goes into this depth, but I can't pinpoint this section, that we wouldn't, in our regular agenda setting, we wouldn't schedule anything to start after 10 as the intention. And then if we, during a meeting, elect to start an item after 10, it's only on the basis of council approval. And I will note that, we used to start our meetings later and we've brought them forward, but the policy on what we start after 10, or the reason we brought it forward was this principle that neither we nor the public really function well at those late hours in making important decisions. And so that was why we started meetings earlier, but then we're still occasionally even agendizing items to start after 10, and I think we need to tighten that practice.
Councilmember Rectal.
The handbook, City Council Procedures and Protocols Handbook has, the council makes every effort to end meetings by 11 p.m. with that goal in mind. Does not start discussion of new matters after 11:30 p.m.
This is package page 244. Introduction to section 3, just before 3.1.
Okay, so I see items, it says items considered after 10:30 that our effort is to end by 10. Then it says the council generally does not start discussion of new matters after 10:30. Before 10, the council will decide and announce whether it will begin consideration of any agenda items after 10:30. Okay, so that says only if we are looking at starting an agenda item after 10:30 would we have a discussion on whether to do that, and that discussion would occur before 10. And I'm suggesting we tighten that.
Oh, Vice Mayor Stone.
Just a question. So essentially, you would just change the language from 10:30 to 10?
I think that's in essence what it does, yes.
I mean, if that's it, I'd support it. I mean, I always think 10 o'clock seems to be the kind of magical hour where we all turn into grumps or get challenged to be able to get the work done. And I agree with Councilmember Byrd, it's not helpful for anyone to be taking up items after that time. So I would support the 10 p.m. I think also recognizing that might be the occasional flexible schedule where we just know it's a big night and we got to get through things and we're running up against agendas. So maybe there could be some language to allow that flexibility, or maybe it's a really quick item that we can schedule at 10 o'clock. But I think as a general policy, I agree.
I think as a general policy item, that's what we do, and I think it's close enough, and I think that if we keep it as is, it might also inspire us to not need it, to work faster, because we have the risk of going another half hour. I don't think any of us want to try to do that. I would like to not agendize items after 10:30 as a general practice, but I don't know that we need it as a written rule. I think that the written rule as stands is pretty darn close to what's being suggested here. All right, I don't see any lights, so unless there's a motion, we'll move on.
Well, I will move that we change the language to replace the 10:30 with 10, that we will generally not start new matters after 10 unless council elects to do so. So that would mean we wouldn't agendize things to start after 10, and if we're running late, then the council just makes a conscious decision, are we good to try to go ahead and take care of this thing or not?
Councilmember Liu.
Oh, I'll just second that motion. I think it makes sense. Of course, the ideal option is that we all run more efficient and don't need the extra time or extra meetings, but I think in general, I would prefer to end earlier. I'll also acknowledge that the trade-off is, of course, that if we have marginally shorter meetings, it becomes marginally more likely that we have a additional meeting each month, but that is actually it's a probabilistic trade-off, but one that I would personally, that would personally work better for me.
Okay.
Councilmember Liu?
Wait, oh, no, hold on.
I apologize.
Vice Mayor Stone.
So I'll support it because it does say the council generally does not start a discussion new matters after 10. So I do think that's vague enough to provide that discretion to the leadership team if it's necessary after 10. So, and I see head nods from the maker and seconder. So, oh yeah, I'll support this.
I think it's vague enough that it's not that different from normal practice that we need to do it, but I think we should take a vote because I see no more lights. So, Madam Clerk, now would be the time. Thank you.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
No.
Councilmember Rechtel?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Wait, I have to talk to my no vote. I already did, so we can move on.
Okay, the next one had to do with referrals to standing committees. And this needs maybe a little comment from the city attorney because we had an issue or maybe a couple issues this last year on a notion from the city attorney at the time that an item could only go to one standing committee or it was a Brown Act problem. And I can tell you we have very clear guidance at VTA that says, no, we regularly have items go from one standing committee to another, but we have to be provided that we're not cross-populating the membership of those committees so that you constitute a Brown Act violation. But if it's a 7-member body and there are 3 members that have a meeting related to one aspect of a matter and another committee that meets on same topic but a slightly different focus on it, and they're not discussing with each other, is that permitted?
So I think there's 2 ways to answer that question, or 2 ways to analyze that question. The first is math, right? What is a quorum and whether a quorum of the council is discussing a given topic. But I think the trickier, and that math is pretty straightforward answer. I think the trickier question is when you have overlapping jurisdiction or overlapping purviews over a topic. And so I think that I have to admit I'm not familiar with how the VTA sets up and administers its subcommittees.
I would be comfortable with simply referring this to staff to evaluate.
Sure.
Well, if I could comment also, I think in addition to the legal issues, from a staff perspective, I think we've treated this as really an issue of efficiency in that if an item is ultimately going to the council, that rather than have the same item go to 2 committees before it comes to the full council, our practice has been to go to 1 committee and then bring it to the full council.
Yeah, I fully appreciate that has been both the practice and that would continue to be the norm. The question is whether we want to allow it when there is a circumstance where it makes sense for it to go from one to the other. So I don't anticipate this would be the norm.
We can look into that.
Yeah, I'd be fine with simply referring this to legal counsel to clarify what is permissible, and then we could come back and make a decision on how we'd want to treat this or even refer this to Policy and Services for a recommendation based on the legal input. So I'll go ahead and make my motion that we refer this to legal staff and subsequently to Policy and Service Committee for a recommendation to the entire council on permissible and recommended practices relating to an item going to more than 1 standing committee when appropriate.
And I'll just reference that relates to procedure section 1.2A2.
I'll second.
I'll just note that, with our priority of, I understand it's not the norm, but with government efficiency this year, that we should hope that there is a lot of discretion used if it comes back that we can do that, as to whether we should do that. I understand the intent behind it, but I think it's something where we need to try to, practice what we preach.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Councilmember Liu,
Yes.
Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
motion carries.
I will skip the next bullet. Then the following one on city event sponsoring policy. This is something that we've had some gray area, and I think we need to, I don't know, I'm not tonight prepared to make specific recommendations, but one is that I think we need to have greater consideration on when we sponsor events that where are the boundaries between a religious event and a cultural event, and that whether we are prohibited really from sponsoring religious events or not. And then I don't think have any guidance on the authority of a mayor to sponsor events. And I wasn't prepared on what that guidance ought to be, but I think the policies and procedures should give us some sense of, are there any boundaries? And right now, we really don't have any. And we've had in recent years some areas that hit gray areas, and we didn't have anything to turn to give us guidance.
I would just say I didn't know the mayor could sponsor events. That's kind of exciting. And now I know there's no guidelines either. So wow, okay. So I don't know how I stand on this one. But with respect to religious events, I think there's a whole lot of case law that says what makes them okay and not okay, and generally not okay. And so I know we've had carve-outs from things that are cultural but could have religious components. And so I think that's kind of handled from a legal perspective. It may not always have been practiced the way to the T as it should be. So I think that we should, think about reviewing our practices, but I don't know that making additional rules get us anywhere on that. But I'm just curious, what's this mayor's sponsor events thing?
I'll just say that I agree that there is case law on it, but without any kind of framework in our policies and procedures, we don't readily have guidance on that there are boundaries, and whether it means that our procedure should be to defer to the city attorney when in question or whatever. But I think we should be more conscious and deliberate on what are those boundaries.
I would just note that it has been on our staff to-do list in the Community Services Department to update the city co-sponsorship policy and program. I think other priorities have prevented that from proceeding, but this would certainly fit within that context. And you might want to have the larger context of the city's co-sponsorship policy in deciding where these specific issues land.
So that seems reasonable. So does that mean we don't need a motion and we can just await the staff recommendations on that?
Or you could add this as a referral to staff to look at these specific issues in the context of that.
Then the motion I'll make is to refer to staff to review the boundaries or guidelines for sponsoring of cultural versus religious events, and then to review what is the mayor's authority in sponsoring events. Leave it open at that, yeah.
In section 4.1 of the protocols, there's a section on expenditure related to the city council contingency fund. So for your second bullet point there on the mayor's ability to sponsor events, that is where the mayor and vice mayor has a little bit of flexibility in terms of being able to give grants or use funding up to $10,000. There's no specific subject matter that funding is limited to, but it is a set dollar amount. So that is where that's referenced within your existing procedures and protocols.
We do have that dollar boundary, but no other guidance.
It's pretty broad.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And I'm fine with awaiting staff recommendation, so this just be a referral to include this topic within the staff recommendations on that.
And the recommendation could be in accordance with the PNP. I mean, like, I just feel like there's a lot of guidance there, but you'll figure out what you would recommend and how you would describe that.
Yes, because the work that CSD is doing is really thinking about the citywide events, which is beyond just your procedures and protocols. But I think the understanding is whatever their guidance is on that this would sort of fall in line with that. So.
The fund, the discretionary fund that you mentioned, it's not limited to events, right?
Correct. So that is, right now, it's just part of the city council contingency is where that funding comes from.
Yeah. So this is about events. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, I just want to note that it's 9:47, so we're approaching 10 o'clock, and we really need to do our closed session items, so I think we're going to make it, but I just wanted a reminder as we go.
Okay. Almost there. The next one is looking for consistency on and guidance on staff support for regional or council representatives on regional bodies. That would be either regional bodies that is a council or a mayor appointment, or a regional body where a council member is serving. And my experience has been that's kind of hit and miss. But I can tell you there have been a whole number of occasions where I could have been representing our interests better if there was a policy that said our staff should be engaging with our representatives in advance of those, any topic that our city staff has a position on, and briefing them. And there have been a number of occasions where I found out about a city position simply because there was a written comment that either showed up in the packet or I heard about at the meeting or whatever. And I'm going, if I had known better, I could have represented our interests better. And so I know that there are times where we have that strong staff report. I've also been told by some staff members that, no, they actually are prohibited from briefing us unless there was specific authorization to do so. So this would just give it guidance to say, no, this should be routine. That we collaborate, we talk about this partnership with staff, and this just, in the regards of, regarding representing our interests in regional bodies, this just would make it clear to everybody that this is a thing we should necessarily do.
Curious, I have some thoughts, but I'd like to see if staff wants to address that first.
Sure. I think as a baseline, as Councilmember Burt described it, in terms of issues that staff is already engaged in, I completely agree that staff should be communicating with any member of the council that's on, whether it's the governing board or some similar role with that agency. I do think beyond that, it does become somewhat, you used the term hit and miss. I'll say case by case, because and I've had the opportunity to discuss this with a variety of staff, that I think as a practical matter, there is a great range of levels of engagement that staff may have on those topics that are being discussed at the regional body. So it can range, as an example, from utilities that is directly involved in tracking a topic to, not to claim this is or suggest that this is a common example, but let's say at MTC, where planning may be aware of, but not directly engaged on a topic. And as such, our level of support will vary almost as a matter of time management as well as familiarity with the topic. So I do think we'd be happy to work on some language that reflects what Councilmember Burt just described in terms of that partnership while also understanding the time management dimension.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. I serve on a bunch that are really different one from another, and thus really different in terms of what I would, what support I feel I need to best represent the city. And part of that depends on whether I'm representing the city on the body. So for NCPA, I'm really, really representing the city, and I've been, we've developed mechanisms for briefings and support and things. And so it took us a while to figure out what that should be, but I have all those things. Contrast that with the County Commission on Recycling and Waste Reduction. I always feel on that one, it's like on me, that if there's something where I'm curious, does that jive with what we're doing here? I need to come ask, and I've had my questions answered. Cal Cities is a little different because they communicate directly with staff too on if they're, so today at noon we had a briefing for the Peninsula Division on some legislative positions they're taking. They're off. They often vary from both the Peninsula Division and our city. And so, I'm always curious what staff thinks of that. So I'll ask from time to time and or flag for staff because they're putting out new positions all the time. So that's just kind of a colloquy that goes back as needed, back and forth as needed. The area district's a whole different beast because I feel like I'm there representing the county and it's kind of my thing that I go do, but it overlaps so much with our work area that I try to flag it on an issue by issue basis to make sure that I'm not unwittingly aiding and abetting something against the city's interests. And so, so in other words, I guess what I'm saying is I would appreciate you thinking about the language, because I would not say that you should provide briefings to me on 3 out of 4 of those. On the 4th, yeah, and you do. So I think that's why I said I felt well supported during our PNS meeting. But I hear what Councilmember Burt is saying, but I agree with staff that it's really specific as to both the body and our role on the body, whether we're representing the city, the county, just there individually. Oh, and the Cities Association is another one. So I think it really depends, but I think if you put some thought into that, perhaps you can, I think the goal, Councilmember, is to make sure we're not at cross purposes or ill-informed about something of import to the city that could come up on these bodies.
And that's why I'm fine with referring this to staff to return with recommended language. And so that's a motion I would make.
I'll second.
May I clarify, Councilmember, we did not take action on the motion regarding city sponsorships. Is this part of the same motion or a separate motion?
It's a separate motion, and I guess we didn't. That was also a referral.
Since they're both referrals, we can combine them.
You made the motion, but no one seconded it, and no, there's no vote. We can combine.
Oh, and we had a discussion, though, that either way, staff was coming back with that. So I think we didn't act on it because staff simply said they're working on it as part of the, which manual?
Policy, the co-sponsorship policy.
Co-sponsorship policy. So that's why I didn't make it into a motion. So this would be separate.
No further discussion, so you can proceed with the vote.
Councilmember Rechtel?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Who's the seconder?
I apologize. Rechtel.
Well, then, yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker,
Sorry, I'm struggling with the language, and I know it's a little late to be struggling with the language. I don't know if it's an if, it seems so binary.
It's just a referral anyway. I'm not hung up on language. They're going to come back.
Well, because I don't want them to say no, or just a flat or just a flat yes to provide briefings every
Maybe
time,
just,
which is the way it reads. So I'm going to vote no unless we
regarding
change the
whether,
language, but I think it'll
or-
pass anyway, but I'll vote no.
Councilmember Liu,
To
Yes.
address.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
motion carries.
Last one, this is another one where just over the years I've experienced inconsistency, where as a committee chair, similar to, the council agenda setting, that in some occasions, the lead staff member will regularly schedule meetings with the chair to review agendas and agree upon agendas. And other times, they're by the lead staff member, they don't seem to have any assumption that they should be collaborating with the chair on agenda setting. So this would be just to clarify a single practice.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there discussion?
I think I would comment on this. I'm trying to see if we had any language in the PNP on this topic, perhaps while the deputy city manager looks that up. The one perhaps comment I might make on this topic is similar to the comment I made at the retreat, in that the agendas really should flow from the work plan or the mission statement of the committee as has been delegated by the council. I am sensitive on behalf of staff to ensure that those agendas stay within those bounds, as opposed to the term I use with scope creep, as issue, again, of time management that takes away from our ability to support advancement of your priorities.
There are two sections in the existing procedures and protocols that relate to this. One is on page 234, which is the presiding officer of each standing committee shall work with staff to prepare the agenda for committee meetings. Items should be scheduled as they are ready, taking into account the sequence of referral, the time required for staff research and analysis to support committee discussion, the sensitivity of items and other factors determined by the chair and city manager.
Well, thank you for that clarification. And so I realize that the issue then is just inconsistent implementation of that section. And so I'll withdraw the motion and just encourage the city manager to make sure those liaisons are aware of this requirement.
And the other relevant section I wanted to reference is on the previous page, which says that referrals come from the council and the city manager. So just to be clear, the referrals are not coming through the committee itself or the chair. It's coming from the council and the city manager.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Lowing, your light's on.
Yeah, to go to the next issue.
Okay.
We got through Councilmember Burt's issue. I'm going to do one with two parts.
Yeah, because you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay, well, that's not in the policy manual.
You have whatever.
So yeah, I had added this to just basically discuss the mayor and vice mayor elections. And, the handbook on the current election process is kind of vanilla. It says we elect a mayor and a vice mayor at our first meeting in January, and there's nothing else substantially covered with respect to process. And from that direction, our longstanding practice, as we know, is we elect the mayor for a year. And then we almost always choose the previous year's vice mayor to be mayor. We're not bound by the charter to follow that tradition, but what we're doing does easily fit within the vanilla charter. So I just think that periodically we ought to have a conversation about that and to see if our current default practice that's been around for whatever centuries is right, or if we want to have any more flexibility in the process, and I think maybe we do. But I want to start with the vice mayor election. Each year, we select somebody that we believe is very capable to be the backup to the mayor. And that's an important part of the decision in who is nominated and who gets elected. But we also know that there's a very, very, very high probability that she or he will be elected to mayor 12 months from now. So effectively, the night of the election, we're electing 2 mayors. Because as far as I know, in the last 15 years that I've been watching, only 1 vice mayor has not been elevated to mayor, something like that. So why do we do it this way? Well, a standard argument is that the vice mayor slot is sort of a orientation or a bit of a training ground in terms of attendance at agenda meetings and backups. Can't argue with that. That's true. There is that experience set. Whether that's required is something we can discuss, but flexibility in how we do this would present a number of options. If we elected a mayor without having to make the call on the person's readiness a year from now to step up, that may be particularly relevant to new council members without a lot of city experience before joining council. But it also, I think, takes the stigma away from not being promoted from vice mayor to mayor if we chose to do that, which I think opens it up and encourages folks who maybe never want to be mayor, but they think that being vice mayor would be a good job and that they would be helpful and be a good leader in that role. So I think it could get us more diversity, if you want to call it that, or a number of people that be interested in the vice mayor slot. And, you know, I've always said that the mayor slot and the vice mayor slot and council members are different jobs, all important, but, you know, different. And some people may not want to do the responsibilities, have the time to do the mayor's job. And then just shifting to the mayor, you know, in our annual election, you know, we could choose from any number of 7 council members, not just the vice mayor. And we could also choose a sitting mayor if we thought that that mayor was best for the coming year. That's also not prohibited at all by the charter. So we say it's the charter says it's for a year. We know we could do consecutive 1-year terms, but we haven't, so we could. So I'm just suggesting that we might want to think about our default and add some flexibility. And if we do, and we want to endorse this kind of flexibility, I think a little bit of verbiage in the council policy manual makes sense so that we explain what we are going to do to the public as well as, or what we could do to the public as well as to the council members. Or we can say, everything's good here and we like the process and we keep doing it this way. So that's why I raise it, just to ask if we want some more flexibility from year to year. And I thought we should discuss that now as opposed to next January when we're sitting in here electing two mayors. So that's my comments.
Thank you. Any comments on the comments? Are you making a motion?
No, first I just want to get, I mean, I'm hitting folks cold with that idea, and it's a change of a lot of traditions, so I just want to get some feedback first.
Councilmember Liu.
I think flexibility is great. I think our norms should be very clearly norms that we can follow or break. And the mayor is a political position, city council is a political position, and you know, politics can deviate from norms. So I think that's all appropriate and fine. I assume that this is something that we could do at any point, and I didn't really think that this needed to be added, but would be fine if the only addition is just a like a subtle or just a nudge that a mayor can serve multiple terms, including consecutive terms.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Liu. That's why I didn't kind of pick up on this when it came to PNS, because I figured that our current practices and the language already allows for this and already allows, I think, great flexibility. So I don't think a change in the language is necessary, since it's really not actually changing anything, since it is already our practice.
Any other comments?
I'll just say I agree.
Okay. With whom? There were two different views.
With the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Liu.
Anybody else? Councilmember Rectal.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it, but also I don't see any particular driving reason to do it, so I would just leave the status quo unless, but like I said, I don't oppose it.
I want to thank Councilmember Lowing for bringing this up. I think that we have our answer from, in the sense of people agree with you, but whether people down the road will understand this or not, I think that was your idea, was just to make it clearer for people not on the dais and out there. I don't feel strongly either way, although I appreciate the conversation, and I think at least on this dais, we all have the same understanding of the position. If you were to make a motion, you might get a second, but otherwise, I think I see no lights. So really up to you what you want to do.
No, that's fine. As I said, I thought we just should discuss it. I mean, we know it's allowed. It's not our practice because we haven't really practiced that way. So that's why I just thought maybe putting more words around that would either encourage that flexibility as well as notify the public. But if we're all good with it, we're good.
Yes, Councilmember Liu said that we don't always have to stay with our norms, I think was something you said was to that effect. I can't remember the exact words, so he's nodding. All right, well, thank you all, I think.
We had this other issue of work plans. Is that supposed to be discussed tonight?
Oh, that got added in here, and I think that, I spoke to the staff earlier that I anticipated we would be bumping up against this closed session. I think if we could defer that part of this item, it kind of got added at the end. I would highly recommend that because we are after 10 now, and we need to do our closed session, so that's deferrable, is that correct?
Yes, and it also was approved unanimously at PNS, so if you did want to send it to consent, we will happily oblige.
I'm sorry, what was approved unanimously?
The recommendation that was in the supplemental around the recommendation on boards and commissions, conversations with council, the Policy and Services Committee approved that. That's on packet page 339.
And I believe that in short, it was that there would be, for certain, an opportunity every year for boards and commissions to meet with council and/or PNS or whatever appropriate committee it was to either about a specific issue or their work plan. So it was right at the discretion of the chair and mayor, I think, talking about it.
Yes.
Like that.
And then also a recommendation that the Youth Commission come to PNS each year and that the Youth Climate Commission go to the Sustainability Committee.
Yeah. And I think the thought was that they could come either when they're putting their work plan together for advice, or they could come after they've performed much of it and explain what they've done.
Correct. So that gives flexibility based off the work product and flow of each committee.
Robert?
Yeah, my apology if I'm not following all this. Does that mean that the work plans themselves would annually come to the council still as agendized items?
Yeah,
No change to that. It's really just reflecting that some boards and commissions prefer to bring their work plan and discuss that with council.
Understood. The reason
And others prefer to just come and have a conversation with council about the work, and so it doesn't have to necessarily be specific on the work plan. It just gives flexibility.
The reason I raised it is the work plans came to us on consent this last fall, and Councilmember Rectal and I and someone else moved it to be agendized, and then when I read the existing handbook language, that it says the council will review and provide feedback. We can't do that on a consent item. So I just want to make sure that this is going to be an agendized item going forward at a minimum, the work plan review.
Yes, it would be an agendized item, and if the board or commission, some take your council priority process, for example, as their direction for their work. So they may have a different time of the year that they want to discuss it, more on the successes they've done on the existing work plan as opposed to a discussion about their work plan. But it would allow you to speak to each commission at least once per year if that is desired by the commission.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we had a note in here that we can align the text on role of liaison, but that is a larger conversation, and I definitely recommend that not be discussed
Started
today.
tonight, right, exactly. So, all right, so why don't we defer that portion of this item to a date to be determined? And we will conclude this item. Okay, so the next and last item on our agenda is a closed session, item AA1. Do we have any public comment on the closed session item?
We do. We have one request to speak. Our speaker is Herb B.
The fact that, unlike your other closed sessions on this topic, you're not meeting separately in addition to a meeting with negotiators. And so I guess your interviews are over and that you selected the person that you want to appoint, and now it's a question of agreeing on a contract. Those two items, as decisions, need to be made in open session after adequate public notice, and you have the flexibility of how much time in advance of that public session you notify the public. The normal process would be, 11 days in the packet before a regular meeting. Under the Brown Act, you have only 72 hours before a meeting, and a special meeting, only 24 hours. I would request, as I had before, to give the maximum amount of time for the public to be aware of both of those items. They have, in the past, had situations with the appointments of the current and the previous city manager where there was an effort to have as limited time as possible and to follow a process in which the public was excluded as much as possible from commenting on those two appointments. So in this case, with the new city attorney, I would hope that you would give the public adequate time so they can make any comments they might have. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Could I have a motion to go into closed session, please?
So moved.
Second, anybody?
Second.
Thank you. Seeing no request to speak, can we take a vote?
Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Rechtel,
Yes.
Councilmember Liu,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I'll call us back to order. After completion of our closed session, we had no reportable action, and we stand adjourned. Good night.